Meanwhile,
You know what?
nobody in
Go
the
ahead.
fucking forum knows exactly what we're talking about. So,
Nope.
can we move on to something else?
Sure. Oh man, should we undeafen the live stream? That might be a good idea.
Helio,
Oh, someone did.
I see
He did it?
Helio posting here, the absentee landlord.
He hooked us up, man.
Yeah, I see that.
What is the definition of eclectic? Because I've heard of
I told you, AI.
Because I've always heard people use it to describe like weird people. You know, they just go, "Oh well, he's a little bit eclectic." You know what I mean?
No.
No.
That's no. Go.
All right,
Oh, look up the definition and post it in here. And
I
let's
will.
go over.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's a good word. Boy, that was fucking fast.
Already looking it up.
I'm pretty eclectic myself.
Yeah,
Shit.
you are. Yeah, the
Actually,
first
no.
one is good. It's a generalized summary, but yeah.
Has someone already posted?
Yeah, beasticles.
Oh, he's quick.
Quick, man. Pew, pew.
It was as soon as I ended the statement, it was in here.
Wow, I'd lie and say, or I wouldn't lie and say, like, I knew what it meant, so I literally looked it up. I'm like, what the fuck does it mean? Oh yeah.
You knew someone was going
Beasticles.
to ask, didn't you?
No, I'm
Basically, that's the way it used to be back in the day when we had these tense arguments with Glovers in here. The big dogs back in the day. We'd have people working in the background, getting all these sources, making sure there's no clutter in the stream. So whoever's watching the stream was seeing the source we're talking about. They'd have the current source. If the main speaker said, "I have a this and that for you," within less than a few seconds it'd be there.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized I doxed myself.
Huh? By saying you're eclectic?
No, it had my zip code. I was like, oh shit.
Oh,
You'll be all right.
That's gonna pinpoint you.
You're in. You're in Nevada anyway, aren't you? We all know that.
I'm in Vegas. Let's go. I take gambles. Bring it.
Have you jumped off the stratosphere?
No, but my dumb friend did for $100.
My son did it when he was 14.
It's not what you think it is. It's like a controlled fall. It's stupid. It's like what you see in movies with the wire behind their back.
So which definition, QE? The first one?
Yeah, I would say the first one. Yeah, general
Deriving
summary.
ideas, style, or taste from a broad and diverse range of sources.
Yeah.
Well, I love tasting my sources.
Oh, brother. You're Jetty's like, what the fuck?
And then there's a philosophy meaning as well, denoting or belonging to a class of ancient philosophers who did not belong to or found any recognized school of thought, but selected doctrines from various schools of thought.
No, I wouldn't. The first one's good. And the noun, same thing.
I like the origin. It says from eklegion to pick out or choose.
Yep. I'm gonna think of that word totally differently now.
It's a good
If
fucking
you build
word.
your own adventure.
I thought it came from Ecclesiastes. That's one of my favorite.
You know what another good word is? Acquiesce. It's one of my favorite fucking words.
French, isn't it?
Sorry.
I don't know.
It's definitely French. It's French, bro. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Is that like to acquire or something?
No, to acquiesce.
It's me, sorry.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
Now I gotta look up another fucking word.
What's up, Tindo?
Man, and
No.
you don't know acquiesce, man? Come on.
I'm Australian. We
It's
only
one of
use
the most
10 words.
popular. It's one of the most popular drinks in France.
I have to admit, I got it from Captain Jack Sparrow.
To rest? Huh.
It wasn't from him, but it was from the first movie. I will acquiesce to your request.
Johnny Depp's character, man.
Yeah, I love those movies, man.
I didn't like the latest one, like the fourth one with.
It's all right. We don't want to get into movies.
Well, why did you bring it up, sir? Jesus.
We're just going over good words, bro.
Yeah.
Accept
Okay,
something
I got
with it, but without protest.
Yep.
Accept something reluctantly.
Here, have a drink, mate. All right.
I also like vexed. I am sorely vexed.
From Job. No. Was it from Job?
Of a problem or issue, difficult and much debated, problematic. Second one, annoyed, frustrated, or worried. I am very vexed with you.
Interesting. Convex. You know?
Yeah,
I'm
see, if you
annoyed by
know a
this
lot of
con.
these advanced words, yeah, but if you know a lot of these advanced words, you can do a lot better raps.
Yes, sir. Wordplay. This is the word I've actually learned about today, and it hasn't been used for so long. Look at this. Look at the usage of it.
What? I've used that one a lot.
Oh, hold on. Let me do some freestyle writing right now.
Ooh.
The
I want to
Glober
see.
was quite perplexed. His soul was vexed. There you go. Because he had to acquiesce to the effervescent, heaven sent, wondering where his horizon went.
Mm.
All right, it needs work. I'll admit it.
That was
The
very
flibber,
eclectic.
yeah, but wait
That
a
was
second.
very
The
eclectic.
flibber to gibbet, yeah, that came up about 5 years ago, and everyone jumped on that word. Who first used that?
What word's that?
The flip from Grimm at 38 minutes after the hour. The flibberty gibbet.
What is the
Sounds like-
origin of that word?
That sounds like something I would have came up with. Honestly,
It's like a frustrated person. Flipper. Yeah.
Could that be like verbal diarrhea? Same meaning.
Yes.
Yeah, but they have over-the-counter remedies for that. No worries. Wait, how do you say it?
Propitious.
Propitious. There we go.
It's probably
24/7.
It's probably
Thesaurus.
pronounced differently, but
No,
I've always
got
known it as propitious.
I definitely said it wrong earlier today.
Propitious. Propitious.
I thought it was propituitous for some reason.
Propituitous.
Because it comes from the word favorable or gracious.
It's propitious. Propitious.
All right, jeez. Look at all.
Yes. The most common, the most known form is propitiation. Why is that the most known form? Because it's one of the most contested words in the most published, most read, most bought book in the history of the world.
The dictionary.
50 Shades of
joking.
Grey?
It's the dictionary.
No. The standard Holy Bible.
Wait, what is the word?
Propitiation.
Propitiation. Oh.
Hang on, hold the pish talk a minute. There's somebody in chat looking for an FE role. Wolfie, can you open your mic?
Yeah.
How do you know that Earth is not a globe? Why do you think it's flat? Tell us.
Because I did an 11-mile experiment over the bay, measured halfway across and then all the way across. But there's a lot more than just that reason.
What distance did you measure?
11 miles.
What did you use?
Well, there should have been roughly, 70 something feet of curvature?
Possibly.
Yeah. I showed none at all, so not
Have
even
you got a link?
not even on the halfway measurement, like on the boat.
Did you record it?
What's up? Say that again?
Did you record it? Have you got a link to anything?
I don't have it recorded. No, I didn't do a video experiment.
Okay.
Hold tight, Quantum.
But there's a lot of reasons. Like it's not the only reason.
Feel free to tell us.
Well, I'd say the biggest one is like water, and like things like gravity aren't really explained like how they should be, for example.
I love water.
Yeah, so I mean, we can also see too far. Like, haven't you seen, like, you I'm sure you've seen all the videos where you can see too far?
How far's too far, though?
What'd you say?
How far would too far be, though? How far should we see?
Well, after 0.66 feet, or sorry, is it miles? Well, I'm not sure how far it's too far is. I just know that like if you're looking at an object, and it's like gone from your view, sometimes you can zoom in on it and see it, even though it should be over the curve, like every time, but it's not.
Well, where should the curve be? If you're sitting with your feet in the water, with a telescope, dude, literally about 2 or 3 foot above the water, where should that boat disappear? How far out are we talking?
Probably like
20,
probably
30
like 3
miles?
miles, 2 to 3 miles.
Okay. Yeah, welcome to the server, dude. You can have your flat earth tag. You know what you're talking about, Ballet. How long have you been into this?
I'd say, I mean, probably like almost like 4 years.
Yeah. Wow. How long? So how come? Like, how long have you been on the server? Save me looking.
Since like May, I think.
Ah, sweet.
Oh. All right, now we got the most important question. Who is the most famous flat earther?
I mean, I think my favorite is What's It Gets It, but the most famous is probably Eric Dubé, right?
Uh-oh.
The correct answer is me. Me.
Arden 2.0. That's the answer?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. I'll remember that for next time.
Look, it's my question, so I get to decide what the answer is, right?
Sure.
I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing people who think that I'm full of myself and so self-important that I think I'm the most important flat earther that ever existed.
I mean, hey man, if you're doing God's work, you're doing God's work. You know what I mean? But anyway, did you guys find any more baby strollers, by the way, in Greenland or in Iceland, wherever the fuck? I think it was. Did you guys find any more?
Wild. No.
I think we found like 7.
I think we figured out what happened. It was like, okay, I don't think we should talk about this in the live stream. It's totally off topic. But
yeah. I mean, whatever.
Dude, I think it was just a festival, and that they were just gathered there because they all went on boats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's all it was.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Sleep. Yeah, after some sleep, I thought about it. And I was like, it still is fucking creepy, but
a little weird for sure.
Yeah.
So it's funny.
Did I save it here? Is this it? No. Flat Earth Professor
You know something interesting? check this out. This is very interesting. Back in the day, the majority of Eric Dubé's original content was actually just content from books written like 100 years prior.
Right.
True.
Yeah. Now, what does that mean, though? It means that this concept of the flat Earth, right, has been ever present in our history. It didn't just arrive in the modern day.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say the globe teaching. Sorry, my fault. The globe teachings are new.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like the guy.
Oh, sorry.
Was it Robotham? I can't remember if it was Robotham or the other guy that used to do circuits in colleges, right? Going around doing flat Earth debates.
Yeah, Samuel Robotham. Yep.
Yeah.
Dude is wild.
Yo, I know one thing like that's for sure like hurting like our side on YouTube pretty badly. Like obviously the algo, but someone like in a video in particular, like I know one that's actually like destroying like people that come to Flat Earth Dave, for example, or people that like just search up like Flat Earth debate. They all get like hard indoctrinated by this one dude that debates Flat Earth Dave. I don't know if you guys know who I'm talking about. His name's Professor Dave. This dude is yeah. But the dude I'm talking about, his name's Professor Dave. This dude is horrible for like children, bro. He's like the biggest like indoctrination shithead like I've ever seen on YouTube. And if you watch the debate with him and David West, oh my god, that shit is horrid. It's so bad.
Yeah, it is.
It's so bad.
I didn't know who it was until like literally just recently. Like, because I'm still learning like all these figureheads. You know what I mean? Because I was just Eric Dubé and allegedly Dave.
Yeah.
I didn't feel a need to like look at other people in a sense. I was just looking at the information, so I just didn't really care. And then especially when Eric Dubé was like pointing out hellish hills, and like the disinformation, the controlled op and stuff. But yeah, that dude is like, he has such a punchable face. Not saying I'm gonna do it, but he has a punchable face.
Oh my god, bro, that guy needs to get that guy needs to be humbled so badly. It's crazy. What a shithead, man.
Yeah,
he probably is so like bad that he probably actually thinks he's doing like good work.
No, that dude doesn't think.
Well, yeah, that's probably good. He probably just like reacts.
Have you ever seen his conflict with Dr. James Tour?
No.
So he did it. He did a debate with him recently. So James Tour is like the most cited chemist in the field or something, in whatever field he's in, right? So like a real scientist, right? And Professor Dave is self-professed not a professor, right? And that he hires people to do the expertise on his content, and he's just kind of like a mouthpiece. So, essentially just a joke, not a real professional. And so he challenged James Tour quite a few times because James Tour is a specific theist, right? A Christian, and he's also very involved in what's known as origin of life research, specifically in debunking the claims that certain researchers make that they've created life in a lab, right? Because the standard evolution story that, we could just make life in a lab. Look, it's so easy, right? But he goes on and demonstrates to them how stupid they are. And so that's completely against what Dave Farina, Professor Dave, believes in. And so he mocks Dr. Tour and brings on these so-called experts onto his channel, right? And then Tour decided, you know what? Screw you. And he started making a response series to Professor Dave, which finally culminated in a debate. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I mean, I hate the guy, but I'll watch that.
It's tough to watch those people.
I hate that guy, man.
James Tour sounds interesting though.
Like I've never really hated somebody before, but I actually hate that guy.
I won't do
it. Tour is like
Sorry, go ahead.
He's a powerhouse. He's a powerhouse on that side of the field.
I love people like that, though. You know, they're just so like.
And yeah, he's not boring either. Like we watch his videos. It's entertaining.
For sure. AI, do you know any like real mathematicians, like people that just get off on math in a sense? Like, I just want someone to help me understand this polarized fractal mathematics theory or whatever. It's super interesting, man. And I'm trying to pick it apart, and it's so dense in content.
Doesn't ring a bell. We used to have a resident math teacher, Matthew Learns, the nicest Glober that ever lived. He might come back, and then you and him can be best buds.
That was a paradox.
Wait, I kind of
Matthew Learns is a nice guy.
I kind of missed the combo. Saying hi to my neighbors. What'd you say, AI?
So we used to have a resident math teacher, Glober.
Oh.
He's actually quite good for lots of long conversations, if you know how to deal with him.
He's just a really nice guy.
But I don't think he's I don't think he's into the advanced stuff. Yeah, he's more to teaching like high school stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
That was pretty weird about it was like one part of the polarized fractal mathematics theory. Such a long name. Was about the idea of when you split 1 in half, it coincides with 0.5, so 5, and then you split the 0.5, it goes 0.25, and then you start to see the pattern in terms of halving. And if you visualize it, the geometrical patterns that occur from doing these types of like fractal math patterns, it's so crazy. I'm gonna have to post it again because you guys got to see this. It's really interesting. I don't know what it has to do with anything, but I don't care. I like it. Sorry, I'm going inside. By the way, someone's gonna have to help me out with the ability to stream, like how to produce it properly, instead of me trying to figure it out on my own. But it's like I'd rather just build on what's there. Where is this thing? Here it is. Oh, boom.
Just wait for Helio to pop in, man.
Yeah. In due time. Yeah, I probably should just wait then, yeah. But yeah, check that out. Super interesting.
Polarized fractal mathematics.
And once you click on any one of the subjects too.
Oh, it's about Fibonacci sequences?
It's all types of stuff.
Man,
I know a little bit about this.
You better post a screenshot, bro.
I trade crypto, so I use Fibonacci sequences sometimes.
Okay, I'll post a screenshot. This is the one I was referencing. The one about fives, yeah, or halving is really interesting. Let's see here. There it is. Okay, so
This is intricate.
This one right here. I'm trying to get all of it. It's It's thick. Thick with information here. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's probably hard to see. Oh, well, there's another one. Boom. So you can see that. Also, that is the problem with posting this, because it's like you have to read so much of it. Hey, there you go.
So, the most unique thing about the fractal patterns is what? That they don't exist until they're executed. And so, until they're executed, they can't be witnessed. Until they're witnessed, they can't be ascertained for their beauty. Right?
Okay.
Am I right or wrong here? The answer is I'm right.
I'm following you.
So, how is it that humans recognize the beauty of this constructive process that creates these patterns when they don't even know they exist yet? And we're only supposed to recognize things based on our, evolutionary processes in the past. Interesting. In other words, where did we ever see these patterns? Now, don't get me wrong. There is a claim that some of these patterns exist in nature generally, like especially the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio.
Right, with flowers and stuff. Right.
But keep in mind that these a lot of these fractals can be created with just mathematics, right? So you just create a mathematical structure that repeats itself and then adds to itself previously, and it will create this graphical design. Like why is it the case that numbers would create a graphical design and then we'd find it beautiful? It's very weird.
God is mathematics. I always made that correlation, especially when you read parts of the Bible about, I always found it interesting how there's super specific numbers in the Bible, I just always found that very interesting. Whoa, what is that? P. Our platter. Yeah, what is that?
Some kind of Fibonacci sequence, using geometry or something. Not my field at all.
That's Plato when it stops snowing.
Yep. Not long till that stuff starts. Don't say the word. Don't say the S word, Timbo. Get the spare bedroom ready for me. Coming for winter.
Yeah, we're having beautiful weather here, man. It went from winter straight to summer within a week.
Ooh, that's a good point, Flatsy. Flatsy, why ain't you speaking? What are you doing? Cleaning? Multitasking?
That's sexist, mate.
What? What's wrong with cleaning?
That's what I'm doing. My kids didn't clean the house, and I just got home from work, and now I'm cleaning and doing dishes.
Need to beat them more often.
I need a flogging.
I was joking about that, Flatsy. I do not beat my kids.
That's right. He hires it out. Why punish your kids when you don't have to? We'll do it on your behalf. We're experts, and we only charge half price through July.
I'm so glad Flat Lloyd, he's just like immediately on that. You too, Flatsy, on the Fibonacci sequence and golden ratio. Makes sense though, with the architecture. You kind of have to like dive into it at one point, right?
I got a joke for you.
Breaking up AI.
Oh, yep. It's used
What?
to
How can I
understand
be
the
breaking
classical
up, dude?
architecture style.
What
Bam.
the heck? Man, breaking up is hard to do.
I feel like AI's mic breaks up at about the same time every day.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I know that this time in the afternoon or a bit later, it seems to sometimes when it does play up, it's usually this time or a bit later, a little bit later. What time is it where you are?
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's weird. So it might have been internet, like heaps of people coming on at one time or something, because I get that sometimes here in the afternoons. But
So
Wait. Oh, sorry.
the American general had a bunch of SS officers lined up in chairs and went to the first one, and he asked them where he hid the secret documents, and he lied, didn't tell him. So he had to go to the next one and try to get him to tell. And he like broke his finger, but he lied, didn't tell him. He went to the next guy, he lied and didn't tell him. And he went over to his security officer and he's like, "Did you get any info?" And he said, "No. All I got was a Fibonacci sequence." Oh man, you guys are so uncultured that you didn't get that joke.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm distracted.
I got it. I was laughing, but my mic was muted.
Does that rate as a dad joke?
Yeah, that's why I was laughing.
Why did the bicycle call out of work? He was too tired. That was stupid. I love it.
That's good.
I like stupid jokes.
The stupider
oh,
the
what's
better.
So
the
you like the
Aussie one?
globe?
Why'd the koala fall out of the tree?
Gravity.
Because it was dead.
That's just sick.
That's like an anti-joke. That's like, where was Johnny when the lights went out? In the dark. All right, let's not do this. It's not.
My kids hate my dad jokes.
Come on, you got to give us one if you're gonna say that. You got to give us a good
Oh,
one.
I don't know. It's usually just stuff that happens around the house, and I'll make something up on the spot, something stupid.
Right. All right, I got to get off of this. Dang it, Flat Lloyd, you got me looking at classical architecture. And someone gave me space herpes again.
That doesn't sound cool. You're hanging with the wrong people if you're getting that.
It's not.
Sometimes it's worth it, you know? Just
A bit
kidding.
of space herpes.
Yeah, you know, we're here for a good time, not a long time, you know. Just kidding. Fibonacci herpes.
Less anyway, I think.
Ooh, what'd you say, man? Mike was breaking up. Whoever said that.
It's symptomless, I've heard.
I really couldn't hear you, man. And Platter, that's hilarious. Fibonacci herpes spiraling. Oh, oh, I feel like petrified from QE. He likes that comfortable silence, you know? Makes you bathe in it.
Man,
Who's in here? Any globies? No.
dude, why'd you say you have a role that you don't have? It's weird.
I can't even hear. I didn't even hear what you said, AI. You cut out bad.
I was saying you were talking about some roles, and I checked your roles, and you didn't even have the roles.
Space herpes? Oh. Aw. Thank you.
What? What are you talking about, dude?
I don't know.
It appears you've been cured.
You know what? Screw it. Let's talk about flat Earth. Actually, I have some questions. AI got some questions. How do we use celestial navigation without instrumentation, if it's possible? Is there any techniques or anything like that? Like if I was lost in like a desert or something. Huh?
Well, I do know that there's ancient tribes that were island tribes that were able to navigate to certain locations, and it was making other cultures be like, well, how the heck did they do this? And they wouldn't give up their secrets. And then many, many years later, they found out. I think they were just, what they would do is they would just look straight up, and they would treat the stars like a road. They'd basically be driving along a star road. That would get them where they wanted to go.
I also did see a guy that was shipwrecked, and he was in his boat sunk, and he was in like one of those inflatable life rafts for weeks. He only just made it, but he was plotting his position every day from the stars using a triangle formed out of two pencils, basically. So creating that angle of the two straight lines, and then sighting it by line of sight.
Wait. Repeat that, AJ. Sorry, getting distracted here.
Well, I've seen a guy, and whether it's true or not, he was in his boat sunk, so he was in like one of those life rafts for quite a long time. He thought he was going to die out there. He wasn't. I don't know how long he was out for, weeks and weeks, and he was plotting his sort of where he was by using two pencils and sort of creating that triangle, the base line and the line to the star. Obviously, he'd done celestial navigation and had some knowledge, but he was using that to line it up by eye and then create the angle and estimate the angle off those two pencils. And I've seen people talk about doing it with their hands as well, their thumb and their finger.
Yeah, that's the GIF that Flat Lloyd just posted with Moana. Never seen it still. I just there's so much cool real life content to to consume that I don't even go into fantasy or fiction anymore, really. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, I'm actually probably gonna head to bed, guys. It's been 2 days. I hope, though, everyone has a blessed evening. I think QE is changing into Professor Dude, so he'll probably be around soon.
Yeah, he conveniently disappeared. Oh, how convenient.
I
He's
don't
gone.
know.
He's gone to roll a number and come back, has he?
He's transforming. Just like, you numpty dipshit. Just kidding. Just to California.
It goes, you numpty mungos. Changes.
That's hilarious.
You numpty mongos. Bunch of mongos. Sucks, man. I had to leave right when he came in, too. I like Professor Dude. We had some good talks.
Booger Mongo.
Okay. Let's let me log out. So yeah, whoever wants to help me out with the streaming thing, yeah, I really don't mind at all. I have the capabilities for sure.
Just DM Helio.
For sure. I'll probably do it tomorrow. I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all stay safe, stay sharp.
Thank you, Beasticles.
Hey, later. Oh,
Later.
wait. Do you still need help?
Yes,
Before
I
go
do.
to... Can we do it tomorrow?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
Whatever your time window is, just DM it to me. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm unemployed, so
You're
I'm
good.
cool. Yeah, when
I know.
you
Just let me know your window, and I'll respond to it tomorrow. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Cool. Later.
Eat a sandwich, Beasticles. Please eat a sandwich. That's all I ever ask of my friends is to eat, please. Please. Hello, Timbo Slice.
G'day.
How are you?
Good.
Long time no see.
Yeah, I've been over at the politics server with all wrangling the Globers.
It's sort of hard not to go in there when there's so many debates going on.
Yeah, it's constant, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes you're going a bit mad, but all in all, it seems to be overall, over the last few days at least, I've had a few good discussions that have been okay. I've also had a few long ones that weren't too, I suppose, but they weren't yelling or carrying on. They just were disagreeing.
Yeah, most people are in there are not too bad. Polite, anyway.
It'll probably die down soon a bit.
Sorry, I was just concentrating, paying for something at the supermarket. What's happening, Sydney? Did you move out of town or something? Move to a new place? there anymore. And that snow season game, mate? Non-existent or what?
Yeah, it's pretty non-existent. It's over now.
It's been between 20 and 25 degrees here for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it has been here as well. They Perisher pushed all the jumps in at Front Valley, and it's kept them going on Front Valley a little bit longer. But my daughter went up. They're closing this weekend, and my daughter went up yesterday, and there's like big grass patches down the run, and
Yeah. Great. Oh, it hasn't been a good
the only
snow
one
season
that's
for
open.
years, yeah?
We haven't had one for quite a few years, actually. Really.
Like 10 years?
No, I wouldn't say 10 years. I'd say maybe about, I reckon, I think 2017 or 18 was a pretty good season. And then I think 16 was pretty good as well. But then, yeah, no, since then it's just been pretty average, and this is the worst they've had on record.
Oh, yeah, like it almost, like, the start of winter was cold and wet, and then it just stayed the same. It dried up. We had no rain.
Yeah, we got snow in May, and then we got probably one more dump in June, and that was pretty much it for the season.
We're in for a long summer, I reckon, mate.
Yeah, the bushfire shit's already started here. We've already had a couple of bushfires, like
It's going to
mainly
be
grass
so
fires.
dangerous, man. All that growth, because we had a wet start of winter, and the ground was pretty wet. So all that undergrowth, it's going to be brutal, mate. If this weather keeps up, there's going to be fires everywhere.
Yeah, I'm expecting it here this year. Like I said, it's already started.
Are you all cleared?
No, man, we're not allowed to clear nothing here. I can't do anything with clearing because of where I am, basically, with this Snowy Mountains crap. They are
All
so
the
strict.
all the shrubs and everything, you can't.
Man, I can't even like build a house somewhere because there's a native grass near there. I've got to build 70 meters from the closest gum tree because I'm not allowed to cut down gum trees. I got big gum tree forests on my property. They're going to burn like crazy. But I can't even. I'm not even allowed to push a fire break. I have pushed one on one boundary, but they weren't very happy with me.
Yeah, if the wind picks up, it won't really matter anyway, will it? But what about
those gum trees?
What about around your house? How far away have you cleared there? Like, you got open paddocks, yeah?
Yeah, I got open paddock. Well, where I am now, I'm still in town. I'm still trying to build out there. But yeah, my house site that I'm building on is like 70 meters from the closest tree.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, sweet. You'll just get the fuck out of there, yeah. You're not gonna be stubborn.
No, I don't know. I got other issues because I got sheep and other animals and crap like that. So that last grass fire that was coming, I was out there with a horse float getting ready to try and load sheep and shit into it. But I don't know. We'll see what happens, I suppose.
Hopefully they let everyone start back burning, but I think it's already too late.
Oh, it's too late, man, and they don't really do it here. This national park stuff here, and like being in this Snowy Mountains area, it's the most strict place in Australia for any building or like DA approvals. Any of this crap is just absolutely insane.
That's where they should be back burning.
No, they don't backburn the national parks either. They don't do anything with the national parks. That's why Selwyn burnt down.
That's the whole regeneration program, yeah?
Man, Mount Selwyn burnt down 2 years ago here. The whole ski resort burnt down. And then they just rebuilt it this year and they were closed for half of the season because they got no snow. Threadbow and Perisher moved all their snow guns and started, obviously there was no snow, but they were just pumping water through their snow guns trying to protect the resorts. Nothing gets backburnt up in those mountains or anywhere around here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
My mate round
Greenies,
here,
mate.
we weren't even in the national park. He was driving along one of the main roads here somewhere and there was an old fallen over tree and he was picking up bits of it for kindling for firewood and the cops pulled up and he got fined for stealing.
Serious?
Yeah, man, I'm serious.
Yeah, but that's not in a national park. You're allowed to go to state forest.
No, he was just on the side of a road here and he wasn't in the national park. It wasn't a state forest either, but yeah, he got done for stealing wood off the side of the road.
Oh, really?
Yep.
The pricks, man. You should have just said I was cleaning up the road for you cunts.
Oh, he had it loaded in the back of his ute.
Yeah, do you have the chainsaw out too, did he?
Oh, he had a handsaw or something. I don't think he had a chainsaw, but he was just cutting bits off and using the smaller bits and he was throwing it all in the back of the ute. And then, yeah, cop car pulled up and bam, done.
That's fucked. I shouldn't be laughing. That's fucked. Ooh,
But
where
this is
am I
what they
going?
do here, man. Like, seriously, we have no police in this town in summer. Like, 2 police officers. You won't see them for 2-3 months at a time. Then they'll do a little blitz on the weekend. But in winter, we get like 30 or 40 of them come here. And like this season, they've been fining people for their mud flaps being not long enough on the back of their car.
What do you mean? What do you have
Well,
to have?
apparently in New
Mud
South Wales,
flap?
there's a certain length there's a certain height that your mud flap has to sit off the road. It can't be any higher. And my mate got his whole car taken off the road and had to go and do an inspection and everything and got fined because his mud flaps were like 20 millimeters too high from the road. They're pulling them over and measuring mud flaps.
That's stupid. I'm just looking around now, and some of the cars don't even have mud flaps.
Yeah, no, I know, but there's a requirement and they've had nothing to do because it hasn't been busy because there's no snow. So this is the extent they've gone to now.
Is this only on 4-wheel drives, though?
I don't know. I'll have a look at the New South Wales legislation now. I'll tell you.
You guys have got some weird rules. You think, on the road rules. That double demerit points on public holidays, man. That's nuts.
What if can you like get some lowrider mud flaps that just are like dragging 2 feet on the ground? It's like
Yeah,
a
you can do
reverse
that. They
protest.
can't be too high.
Huh? So you can have them dragging right on the ground. I'd get.
Yeah.
I'd get me
I don't know.
some rubber,
My
right?
mate got done for
Like
having it
10
too
foot.
high.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, so get yourself some mud flap rubber, right? But get like roofing rubber or something like 10 feet long. Cut a strip out of it. Cut a little taper at the end so it looks like a flap. And then write on it so it's like dragging 9 feet behind your car. Just write on it how you like my mud flap. Just out of protest.
What's the legal height requirement for a mud flap in New South Wales? 230 millimeters from the guard. It cannot be less than 230 millimeters.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty long. That's like almost 2 inches.
I'm checking every car that goes past, and most of these modern cars don't have any mud flaps.
Yeah, I don't know. My mate got done for it.
Oh yeah, they're not even flaps like over here. They're all hard plastic. Right,
the
my
only
truck right
flaps I
now,
can see are
the flat. Yeah.
just got any all the mud flaps that I can see are only on 4-wheel drives.
Over
Four-wheel
here, that
drives
ain't
and
even a
ute.
thing, bro. They're like hard plastic. So it got like a 3 or 4
Yeah.
inch, maybe 5 little plastic hard curvy thing.
And it
I mean, you
blends
can
into
put
the
mud
bumper.
flaps on.
That.
Yeah, and it blends in and kind of comes down a bit more.
My one side of mine's been chewed from when one of the dogs was a puppy. She started chewing my driver's side mudguard. So she chewed the corner off.
The problem is Jindabyne and winter, you cannot scratch yourself here. It's insane.
What?
You can't scratch yourself. There's that many police, and they're just everywhere. Like every day you go up that mountain to go skiing, there's a drug bus and a booze bus set up on the road up, and they pull everybody in. That's where my mate got done for his mud flaps. You can't drive anywhere. You can't do anything.
Compliance checks as well.
Yeah, they were doing big compliance checks on all the buses this year and trying to get the bus drivers for not having a snow license.
And overweight, yeah?
Yeah.
No license.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah,
going to
man.
drive, if you're driving a commercial bus into areas with snow in Australia, you got to have a snow license.
Fucking out of control.
Because my mate drives a courtesy bus for a lodge, and they tried to do him, but they couldn't do anything about it because he wasn't
Not commercial.
It wasn't commercial. It was courtesy for the lodge. They were not paid customers.
They'll change that next year.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. It's crazy. They just built a massive police station here, man. Looks like it belongs in Sydney. They knocked down the one that was already here, and they used up that land plus another 3 blocks or so. It's huge.
For a town of how many people? In the summer, how many people live there?
Oh, look, I'd have to say in like the exact vicinity of where I am, about 3,000, but then it sort of goes out and extends about 100 kilometres in every direction. So, like
You
that.
should need, what, four cops max?
Well, we normally have 2 or 3
Yeah.
max.
Yeah. Only on a flat earth. Bringing it back. They just brought in here. I know you guys have had it for a while, but they just brought in here unpaid fines. They unregister your car. They'll send you a letter saying your car is now unregistered until you pay these fines.
Yeah, I had it here, but what they did was cancelled my driver's license. but it was their mess up. The fine wasn't due, and they'd already cancelled my license.
Are you moving?
Yeah, we're trying to get to Queensland, North Queensland, by Christmas.
back.
I don't know if it's going to happen by Christmas, but
It's ambitious, mate. That's brilliant.
it is very ambitious. My wife's just shaking her head at me.
Saying you're not going by Christmas. You're dreaming, mate, dreaming.
She just said maybe by the following Christmas. I don't know, man. Like, we obviously came here because of my kids and their sport and all of that sort of stuff. But trying to live and work with snow and massive winds and storms and stuff that we get here, it's not a very good lifestyle.
I was thinking that, like, you could just as easily live in the tropics and then just take a month off in winter and just fly down to the high country and do that, you know.
Yeah, well, see, the kids, when they were training and all that, they had to be here for the full season. They're training, 5 days a week for the full season. So that was sort of why we were here. They're not really doing that now. But, yeah, you can't sit outside. You can't. It's constantly cold, or it's snowing, or it's a bloody 100-kilometre-an-hour winds because there's a cold front coming. It's just... and everything's national park. There's nothing you can do. Like where I was in Queensland before, I'd go 40, 50 Ks each direction, and you had four-wheel drive tracks, beaches, motorbike tracks. You go to the reef, you go fishing, go crabbing. Here, you just sit in the house because it's bloody cold and everything's a national park and you can't go anywhere. might go see what's going on in the politics server.
Yeah, hi everyone.
You don't want to hear from me. I'm gonna stay silent.
Oh, hi, no, I do want to hear from you. I came over because of you.
Oh, we'll talk in a minute because right now I'm distracted by how do I put this? Yeah, no, I don't know how to put this into words that won't be off the wall, to say the least. I'm over here flirting with someone, just leave it at that.
Oh, okay, no problem. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into details because it won't be biblical.
Not a problem. I was thinking that there was a Bible study happening with Christy King in
There
here.
was about an hour ago, maybe a little longer than an hour, but not that long ago it was happening. If you want to start it back up, Kate.
Well, I don't even know what channel or where it is located or anything like. But there's so much drama going around. Oh, it's another story.
The fact I just said our junk will fuse, I'm gonna move on.
Are you okay?
No, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about what that means. Just move on.
You want me to leave?
No. Well, how are you doing, Kate? Are you okay?
Well, yeah, but oh, you should have saw me the other night. I really got into it with serious. Boy, oh boy.
You should have heard me over the past several years, except you have, so.
I didn't know you were.
Really don't have much to say to you, Kate. You've heard me over the past
I'm
couple
gonna
years.
ask the obvious
You know
question.
how I feel about how everything that's been going on in the world is kind of
Right.
janky, it's kind of broken.
So, are you a flat earther though? Like, how come you're?
I don't care about any of that crap. Whether it's flat or not, I really don't care. It can be flat, it can be round, it doesn't matter, right? Does the prophecy not still mean the same thing whether it's flat or round? That's what I'm focused on is Jesus. Like, I don't care whether it's flat or round. I care about Jesus and his promise that he made to us that he would save anyone that believed in him.
Right,
I don't know how that's going to work out. Of course, none of us does. Like, that's the whole point. But he's coming for us very soon.
So I have a question. Just like, so if I was to go to the Bible study, where would I go on here? Like,
it depends on what kind of Bible study you're looking for. What do you want?
the one that Christy was doing.
That was in here.
Really?
It's ended at this point, obviously, but she was doing it in here.
Okay. How come it sounds like you're on a loudspeaker? My goodness.
Wait, do I sound loud? Really?
Well, no, it's just different. You have a different voice, sort of.
I'll tell you right now, I don't know where my microphone is, and it's probably my camera that's picking me up. I got a new camera recently, so I think that's what's hearing me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, everything's pretty good.
That sounds good though, because I don't have a microphone anywhere near me right now. That's really good, actually.
Well,
where is my microphone? What the hell?
Considering the world's going to hell in a handbasket.
It's right here. I'm guessing I'm louder now.
So, like, okay, for instance, so I'm trying to come home from work on the bus, and then I get off at the bus stop, and there's this homeless guy camping out in the bus stop, like actually sleeping on the floor. So it's raining, so I sit outside in the rain because I'm a little bit like sketched out. So that's what it is. If you're talking even 5 years ago, it wouldn't have been like that. I would have been able to sit in the shelter when it's raining, and now I can't go anywhere to any bus stop, and they're camping out in there. So, yeah. So yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, I lost sound, I guess.
No, you're. I'm typing elsewhere at the same time, so I'm a little distracted. But yes, I hear you. I'm sure everyone else does too. I'm distracted by things I shouldn't be thinking about. Put it that way.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm a lonely man, and we'll leave it there. How about that?
Yep.
Anyway, it's really hard to ignore that kind of stuff as a male. Like,
You know, I get it. I get it. Yeah, if you can find someone, that's good.
Okay, as a female, or like, do you get those points where you're like, hang on, I'm gonna post something. You need to tell me. Do you think this is like? Wait, that's not you. Hang on. I'm gonna send this directly to you, Kate, if I can find you. Actually, where the hell are you, Kate? Kate, there you are. All right, here. I'm sending this in a direct message, and how do you feel about that? Just be honest. How do you feel about that?
Oh my goodness, that would.
Yeah, I kind of figured. All right, you didn't need to say anything more than that. That was enough. All right, good to know. This is kind of what men in this world are dealing with. Is we don't look like that, and I get it. Women are dealing with the same thing. You don't look like that.
Right, exactly.
And in fact, here I'll give you the exact same thing from the opposite side. Copy, image, paste. There you go. Here's from the opposite side. Most human beings do not look like those two people, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it is really hot though. It's really hot. I'm not gonna lie, but most people don't look like that.
Well, especially
it's
a woman.
Attractive, but damn, most people don't look like that. And, we've run into a real problem where most people expect that from everyone.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying me. I'm saying I've noticed that the general culture is to go for that. It's like, why? Is it because of how bad things are getting that we all want someone to protect us? Like, is that why?
Well, wait a second. A woman doesn't have abs that.
Oh, they absolutely do. Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen like a really actually like? No, I don't expect women to be like this. By the way, I'm just saying there are some really bad ass, like straight up doodly women out there that are they're straight up heroes. I don't expect all women to be like that. In fact, that's like a very small minority. However, that applies to the dudes too. So, ladies, just saying, don't look for that guy because you know how many steroids you have to take to look like that guy, and that applies to the lady too.
Yeah.
Like, not to be a dick or anything, but that's not normal. Both those pictures I sent you, Kate, you can repost if you want, but both those pictures I sent you, those are not normal, but yeah, they're hot.
No, I know. Okay, so one word, steroids.
Right. It's not normal, but it is hot. Like, it's literally maximizing the hot. Like, damn, I'm strong. Damn, I can do anything. Like, that woman looks actually kind of skeletal, and I don't like that, but she's very muscular. I don't like how skeletal she looks. She looks unhealthy, honestly. Like, look at the man compared to the woman. She looks unhealthy. She looks like she's probably going to die of hunger. Very strong, but looks like she's dying. She looks like a skeleton. Do you agree?
Well, a lot of these real buff guys are doing steroids.
And hang on, I don't mean like judge a fellow woman or anything, because if that's what it comes down to, I'm gonna judge my fellow man right above her and say that's not real. Straight up, that's not real. Like, you can tell all those muscles on that dude above her are photoshopped. That's completely photoshopped. Come on. None of that looks real. He looks like he's made out of marble. Like, come on, that's not real. And that woman, that probably is real. Like, muscular women do look like that. They're very thin and very muscular, and they can do some crazy gymnastics and all this fun stuff, but they're not really. They're. How do I put it? Like, where are the hips at, though? I don't know how else to put it, but where are the hips at? Muscular women don't have hips.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
They can't bear.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know where I don't really.
They will crush that child in their pelvis. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Muscular woman isn't natural, but it is hot.
Oh, what a crazy thing! I'm trying to get into.
Yeah, Kate, I only sent that to you, by the way. You should send what hot women look like in chat because I'm betting you've got some. Wow, I can't even say that correctly without sounding pervy, but I bet you got some wide childbirthing hips, right? There's no way to say that nicely.
Exactly.
That's the truth of it. Is that you got some nice childbirthing hips, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's stupid, but that's literally men are that simple. It's like, damn, them are some nice hips. No doubt, but it's the truth.
Yeah. What about the Kardashian thing where they have the?
Yeah, that's fake. It's not the same. They're fake.
Yeah.
Men know they're fake. Men that know they're fake would still hit it, but that's not the point. They're fake. They don't actually have hips or ass like that. They're completely fake. People living with implants is what they are. And they have horrible personalities.
Yes.
If that's what you were going for, I completely 100% agree, because yeah, that's them. They're nothing. They're noodle women with big old hips.
The other day, I saw this Instagram of a guy with that looked like a Kardashian, yet he was a man, and that was so weird. That was so.
Oh, are you talking about Bruce Jenner? I'm sorry, Caitlyn Jenner.
No. This was a guy from the.
They literally forced that man to be a woman.
No, I know, but no, this was an actual guy, but he had like a big rear end.
Damn! Can I just point out that you just called Bruce Jenner not an actual guy? That's fun. He's an Olympic medal winner as a dude, but he doesn't exist anymore. I love you for that. Oh, you want to be a bit? Excuse my mic. I'm gonna stop.
No. This is okay. I don't know. No, I'm trying to say I saw.
I was trying to make fun of Bruce Jenner without making fun of Bruce Jenner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But no, I actually saw a man who looked like a man from
an Olympic medal winner, and he just wants to be a girl now. Like what?
He looked like a man from the waist up, but then he had a.
He still looks like a man. I'm sorry. Caitlyn Jenner still looks like a man.
Yeah. Yeah, it never works. You can never really change yourself over to.
Right, that's because that's not a real thing. As much as people want it to be a real thing, you cannot change your gender.
And this guy, this was an Instagram thing. It was a guy, he was also wearing like leggings, which is really bad for a guy.
Yeah, guys should not wear leggings. I'll deal with the skinny jeans. I've worn them myself, and they're actually not bad. There's a really good pocket of space there for your stuff. Anyway, like I used to hate skinny jeans. I'm like, where do you even put your balls? It's like, oh, actually, there's plenty of space for them. The skinny jeans are kind of nice. They stretch real nice. It's basically male leggings. Skinny jeans are male leggings. I'm not lying. They're stretchy and everything.
Too much info.
I'm just saying, skinny jeans are leggings for males.
Yeah. What about, have you ever worn the Speedos?
I have one, and I have worn it, but not seriously. I've worn it as a joke just to literally make people uncomfortable, but otherwise, no.
Oh, okay.
Like, I've had people come over and I'm like, hang on, wait out here a minute. And I go and I put on the Speedo and I come out in just a Speedo and I'm like, yeah, what's up? And then I go back in and change immediately because it was just a joke. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it is hilarious. Like, a Speedo is a hilarious thing to wear in front of people just to make them uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But they need to understand that you're just doing it to make them uncomfortable. Otherwise, it won't go over well.
Right.
Yeah, Speedos are creepy. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Speedos are creepy unless you make some comedy behind it. Like, you can't do it unless there's comedy. And you have to change immediately after you make the joke, like, period. It's just like if you come out as a woman wearing pasties and a thong, like, yeah, you should probably go change immediately after and call it a joke. Like, come on. We all know what's too far, but sometimes we do it to be funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there's you know that guy.
We have all done it or will do it or whatever.
Remember that guy named Borat? Did you ever see
Same
Borat?
thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. He literally wore a thong as an entire bathing suit, and that shit was hilarious. We all laughed at it. Excuse my language, but we did all laugh at that.
Yeah.
Because it was funny. Like, that giant, it was literally a giant Speedo, or a stretched out one. I don't know which, but that was funny. It was like overalls, but as a Speedo. Like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not normal. That's not something anyone does. He got popular because it was like, what are you wearing? Kind of like clogs. What are those? Not kind of, not even close to clogs, but you get what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you play a character.
Yeah.
I might get talky sometimes. Am I still in this stupid server? Did I not leave the server? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't.
Anyway, yeah. How come nobody else is talking? Oh, I guess. Oh, no, I left? Okay.
I was gonna say no, I'll be there, but yeah, I'm back. Never mind, this was the wrong channel. So just a quick note, you guys are effing lame. You haven't said anything for so long. What the hell's going on in here? Can we talk about something?
Start a conversation.
Wait, what was that? Go ahead and explain.
I said, "Oh, you can start a conversation if you want."
Why did I think you were speaking in German? Was it just like slur or what? my bad on that probably, but like that
That's
sounds like
the
German. I don't know why.
lazy Australian accent, man.
Fair. That's fair. That is actually fair, to be honest. It's kind of like English is literally lazy Latin, you know?
Where are you from? I don't think I've seen you in here before.
I'm over here in Minnesota, and we should be literally getting snow within the next 2 to 3 months. So,
Cool. When did
yay, the tundra.
when?
I got nothing against the snow, by the way. I think it's pretty, but I also hate it because it's cold.
Yeah, we don't get much snow here.
We get a lot. Not in the past few years, but normally we get a lot.
Where I am, we get 0. But I'm on the coast.
I'll tell you right now, Canada's only been suffering from the wildfires in the West from how many years now? Like, how much you guys throw some water on that shit? Oh, it's not working? I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick, but dude, whoever's in charge of California is failing.
When did you join the server?
Last night, not a couple days ago.
Okay, you checked. You got the hiccups, mate.
Excuse my hiccups. I'm gonna mute myself. Who else hates hiccups? Raise your
They're the
hand.
worst.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm raising both hands.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call off talking for the rest of the next at least hour. Holy crap, I can't even speak. Alright, you guys talk, please.
No worries, man.
I would prefer to, but I can't speak
Yeah,
without
that's all right.
hiccuping, so
I'm gonna have to log off in a bit, but what I might do is I might put something on the bot so there's something in the background playing, just until someone else comes in. I'll have a look and see if there's anything good.
Wait, so why?
So that's a 6%. That's a 6%. That's 6% differential, and you're telling me that that's going to produce that effect?
Is this just from one source, though? I mean, like, it's just one picture.
So you don't believe the Chinese space agencies or NASA?
True, but if you just go to certain search engines and search up ISS live footage, in the thumbnails for the various videos that will appear in the drop downs, you can see right in the thumbnails all kinds of different curvatures. They're not even consistent with the curvature they display from the one thing, let alone different things. So which one are we going to trust?
Probably not China.
Well, of course not, because we're not Chinese. But imagine if we were some loyal Chinese. Then who would we trust?
I'm watching the video that image is associated with, and so this whole thing is CGI.
What?
Like I mean, the Chinese space station video, I'm sorry, I don't mean to assume. Is it not real, or is it or is it just? I'm sorry.
The problem here is
go ahead, friend.
Sorry. The problem here is that the Chinese people are pretty good at math, and according to the math, the horizon from that height should be flat.
According to
this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us. This is what planetarium director Paul Larson tells us. This is what the math tells us.
Hey, may I just tell you though? According to the principles of physics, a sufficiently large mass will collapse into a sphere shaped due to gravity. It's because a sphere is the shape that minimizes gravitational potential energy.
Dude, that's an excellent
You know
reading
what?
of
Shut up
the
for a
creation
second
story
and
of the globe religion.
parlay.
So let it be written.
I run
so
this
let it be
bitch
done.
now. Shut up.
And what about centrifugal force? The Earth's rotation causes a slight oblateness, making the Earth an oblate spheroid rather than a perfect
It's
sphere.
a recording from
the
other one of the other channels that we've got in the politics server.
I do have an actual question. Because I've watched like a lot of different flat Earth like videos and counter arguments and stuff. And so one of the biggest things that I've remembered was like if you're in the North Pole or the South Pole, like the stars will rotate opposite directions, and like how exactly like does a flat Earth like?
Well, I'm too retarded to comprehend things,
no problem.
so I'm gonna probably check out for the night.
no problem. First,
thanks,
let's be clear that they're
thanks for
not actually
talking.
rotating in
Nice talking
opposite
to you.
directions. They're
Guys,
rotating
oh
from east
my
to west.
dude.
They're just
You already see
appearing
what's going
to
on here.
counter-rotate from your
I
perspective
got
or
to
your
sign
point of
off.
view.
Yeah.
However, the assumption is
I'll be
made,
back later.
much like when you do a
No
bike,
worries, man.
right?
Have
Like,
a good
let's say you're
sleep.
fixing a car, you bike. One side
What?
of the bike, you have to turn counterclockwise.
The
You go
hiccups
to
are
the
part
other
of
side
my
of the
literal
ball, and in order
playthrough
to
because
tighten
I
it, you
can't
have
stop
to turn it in the reverse direction. Because
hiccup
you're on the
in there.
opposite
It's
side of
another
an
one.
object and it's rotating in the same
There's
direction.
another one.
But your opposite sideness that you put
There's
yourself on
another
makes you
one.
have to turn it the opposite way to get the same
There's
turning
another
effect
one.
towards the front of the bike.
Imagine
Tighten.
trying to concentrate when
Now we know that's true.
There's another one.
Yeah, go ahead. Did you know that? You
There's
get that
another one. Imagine trying to concentrate on your shit.
All right, we're just gonna
Shit, there's another one.
Hold on, dude. We're just
trying
gonna
to
assume you got it.
concentrate on
Now
your
we know
shit.
that's true.
I
for
can't even
bolts,
get a
because we can
damn.
see, touch, ascertain,
You get a
and
point.
determine
Anyway,
both
moving
sides
on.
simultaneously
I'm sorry, I'll shut
from
up.
a vantage point that allows us to validate the three-dimensional relationship between all parts.
The mentorship is
the nut and the bolt.
three-dimensional rather than two.
Perspective doesn't exist.
Oh my god! I'm
until
sorry. I'm gonna
stars.
shut
No
up
one's
again
been
because
outside of the reference
holy
frame
crap!
of the Earth to look back through the star field at the Earth and validate the three-dimensional relationship. So, at best, it's an inference or an interpretation. Now, we do know that optical effects can cause things to appear to counter-rotate and all kinds of stuff. So, it's not really a validatable claim that that's actually a proof of the globe.
Yeah, I wasn't using it as proof. Because I could imagine like how a flat Earth model could try to logically explain that. Because in my interpretation, like the flat Earth model, seems to be something that you can has a lot of mystery and so it's kind of like
Oh,
there's a lot
absolutely.
of unanswered questions. So.
Yeah, can I give you, since you've used the word mystery, I want to give you just a couple factoids about some progress in the flat Earth realm, just because you seem curious.
Yeah.
So there's this guy.
Whatever, get the free
There's this
candy
guy,
cat,
and
I don't
he used to
fucking
call himself
care
Flat Earth
anymore.
Philosophy.
Okay.
He changed his YouTube name to Tomb of Illumination, right?
Yeah.
Now, I haven't validated his claims, but supposedly he's like a 240 IQ, certain fields and all of this, right? Yeah, exactly. If like a higher order philosophy,
There's no
but
such thing
he
as
has.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Whatever. It don't matter, dude. It don't matter. That's not the point. I'm just saying. That's why I said supposedly.
He's exaggerating.
So.
They go on.
Right, and he might even be doing it to troll, because there's a lot of people in the flat Earth, globe Earth debates that, in certain debates and stuff, have boasted about their IQs, and so he might be doing it just to like say, oh well, you all claim, like the highest IQ that somebody's ever claimed is like 200 or 180
I don't
or
think.
something.
Yeah, I
So
don't
he
think it's
might.
ever reached 200.
No, I'm talking about these people.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
in
okay,
these
yeah.
debates. So he might just be trumping them. Now, I understand where he's coming from, because one time I was in a debate making commentary and someone challenged me on my IQ, and they were giving a number, and I told them, well, dude, my IQ is measured in colors, so I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The point is, he made some models which are essentially toroidal. So you know, like the southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere, and you can imagine that laid out in a circular format, like the azimuthal map, or in other words, the flat map. That's a circle, right?
Yeah.
So he imagines it as he imagines the sky as a toroid, or two rings with a center trough. And there's different energy states within the center ring, the outside ring, and the center trough. And the way that the light passes through them causes them to like reflect off each other and then pass back out. So they're actually like inverted images in each section, etc. And that's the crudest way I can explain it. You'd really have to watch his videos. He demonstrates a lot of things with holographics and all that type of stuff. And it's very interesting. And he supposedly claims to have an undebunkable model of how the stars can work completely fine with the Earth being flat. And so if you're curious, I would check him out.
I mean, I'm definitely probably never going to be convinced, but like I like to.
Yeah, cool.
Things.
Yeah, but if anybody didn't follow like what I was getting at, so what he basically did is, instead of assuming that the stars are a singular star field that move in a uniform manner relative to us, he assumed that they were segmented or separated, and he appeared to have made three separations. So in his view, the stars are not one field; they're three fields cooperating to give you the final image. Hopefully, that was simple enough.
Yeah, no, I think I got hurt.
So then someone else had the question followed with something different, so they can go ahead. Maybe it was about satellite data or satellite imagery, something. Does that ring a bell?
I mean, I feel like for me, the biggest reason why it'd be so hard to be, it's hard to fathom that all these companies, well, I mean, there's not that many companies, but like SpaceX and just NASA and all these different governments that are launching rockets are just like flying. It's not really an argument I'm presenting. It's just my reason. I'm a sheep, I guess,
Well, I mean, it's not entirely unreasonable to say, if the logistics were that so many people had to be involved in it, and they have to be actively participating in a deception, not only to each other for any compartmentalization, but to the average person and their family, and hiding the true nature of the work that they do. then yeah, I mean that's kind of impressive. But I would submit to you that a majority of the people actually don't need to know the truth, or need to even be involved in things that are even capable of knowing the truth.
Yeah.
They're just, cogs in a wheel of a greater machine that they didn't design in the first place.
Yeah, because there's less than like a percentage of people that are like involved in that stuff. Like,
Exactly.
even less than 0.1%.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? If you go back to the Manhattan Project, I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure. But the stats were like there were 240,000 people involved, and only 16 of them knew what was actually going on, or something like that.
Yeah, because I mean, the atomic bomb shit was a big deal. Like we did not want the fucking Germans to find out.
Yeah. Yeah, they even built certain parts of the facilities to manufacture parts that the people didn't even know what they were for, and then they were brought to a different place. All kinds of tricks they used.
Fucking spies around that time too. And
Yeah.
if our development fell into the hands of the Germans, it could have been disastrous.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch Oppenheimer now, because that's supposed to be about like that.
Is that a new
that
movie?
pacing of that? Yeah, it's about what you just said, like that frenetic rush to beat the Germans and to keep it secret.
I've heard it was good, but I also heard people say it was like.
Dude, imagine if they nuked Israel instead of Japan.
But
they weren't at war with Israel. Yeah, they weren't at war with Israel, brothers. So what's your point?
I think it would have been terrible. I think it's terrible that we don't talk about what happened to the Japanese people, bro. Those were non-combatants. Those were women, children, elderly people. Like, America's the real evil, bro. They're the fucking country.
Hey, dude, you missed the point. You missed the plot, bro. Do you know the decision that the president of the United States had to make before that even came down the pike? Did you ever hear about this?
And we could have chosen way bigger cities too, but we didn't.
Yeah, but bro, do you guys know about that decision? So supposedly the scientists had to brief the president before they did the test that they weren't certain that they were not going to ignite the entire Earth's atmosphere in a chain reaction.
Why would they do that, bro? That's such a big risk.
Well, think about it. Exactly, that's the point. So, like, you think, oh, it's so bad to make a decision to drop bombs on 100,000 people, right? What about the concept of, hey, yo, bro, we're not sure that if we light off this contraption, we're not going to destroy the whole Earth. Should we do it or not? Okay,
Dude.
thumbs up.
Fuck it, YOLO. America.
Wait, what were those tests in the desert called? Like when they went to Vegas and they were, because that would have they would have known from the first test if it was going to ignite the whole atmosphere, right?
Sounds like the type of maniacs that will go to the moon for humanity and then bomb nations and kill millions of people. Sounds like that type of people.
Dude, I just don't understand why we didn't nuke like the military bases. And why the fuck did we nuke like schools and hospitals and libraries? And that's so fucked up.
well,
You nuked like two of their largest cities.
Yeah. No, they were the
with all the children in it. Like,
right, but that's not the whole story, though. That's not the whole story.
That's way worse than Pearl Harbor, bro. At least Pearl Harbor was all soldiers. So
right, but you're thinking about an ethos from a Western perspective. Okay, the Asian cultures had an entirely different ethos about war.
But they didn't nuke
their
us.
ethos. That's fine, but think about it. Their ethos is that men, women, and children are going to fight to defend their homeland. And look, it might not be true. This is just what we were told in history books, right? That they had like this completely different way of thinking. That they were going to die for the emperor, right? So if we had to invade them, we would have had to have killed almost every civilian we came into contact with, theoretically. And so the decision was made, rather than do a manned invasion, we're going to exercise a show of power that will put fear into them and make them quit. So check this out. After they dropped the first bomb, the story goes that the leadership witnessed the power of the first bomb, not knowing how many more of these bombs the United States had, and decided to say, no, that is not enough. We are still going to fight you. And then after the second bomb, that is when they finally said, you know what, we give up.
Dude, but like what I'm saying is, right, if you're fighting a war, and it's soldiers versus soldiers. Yes, war crimes happen. Yes, civilian casualties happen. Sure, whatever. But on the level of literally nuking a major metropolitan area full of fucking just regular people, that's crazy as fuck. There are so many. You can't argue that there wasn't other ways to end or continue fighting on soil. That argument that the people have the will to fight, like many countries could argue the same thing. If you invaded Texas, if Japan invaded Texas, old people, women, children, they're all getting armed and shooting at them. I'm telling you.
Well,
that's
that's
just how it
why.
fucking
That's
works.
why, dude. That's why. I think it was Emperor Hirohito that has that famous quote where he says, "I would never invade the homeland of America because there's a rifle behind every blade of grass."
Yeah, you'd be wise to fucking not invade America. But you'd also be wise to not nuke a country full of innocent people.
Well, if America, if he wouldn't invade, but America would, be constantly attacking, constantly fighting, never giving up, then I'm pretty sure they would also do the same thing. But that's neither here nor there because you're thinking backwards in time from modern sensibilities. Like we really don't know the mind state that those people were at, other than stories. But however, we do know. Yes, hold on, friend.
You're kind of defending. You're
Go
kind
ahead.
of defending a genocide because according to the definition of a genocide, those nukes fit it. Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Okay, that's fine, dude. That's fine. What am I supposed to do about it?
Nothing.
The rape of
Agreed
Nanking
that it was a
also-
terrible atrocity that should have never happened.
Dude, everyone was
You're
committing
right.
genocides. The Japanese people literally before they got bombed killed probably just as many people.
Right.
In the
Right,
rape of
but
Nanking.
hold on, friend. Speaking about this, we're talking about Asian cultures, right, and their sensibilities and the way they think about things, right? So we had images from the Chinese space station, right, where they show a flat horizon. Now, there's an interesting alleged experiment done by somebody alleged to have existed in history named Eratosthenes, who supposedly put some sticks in the ground, or some wells, and measured the shadows and inferred that the Earth was a globe from it. Interestingly enough, the Chinese did the same thing at around the same time. But they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. How come you never hear about that?
I mean, there aren't any nations that like recognize that the Earth is.
Well, in the modern day, the official governments maybe not. However, in a subtext, the majority of the religions of the countries of the world, like, have flat Earth cosmologies in the underpinnings, like Hinduism. It's kind of a pseudo flat. Yeah, it's kind of a pseudo flat. Obviously, Abrahamic religions, the cosmology in that is flat, fixed, immovable, etc., etc. But yeah, most governments, nowadays are secular in nature. They're not really theocratic or religious.
Except for a few. Like a lot of the Middle Eastern ones are still pretty atheist.
Yeah, sure. But I would submit to you that governments that affirm heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony and cosmology are actually perpetrating religion on their people. Okay, it's got a creation story. It's got where we came from. It's got the nature of how we should be morally.
Well,
and it's got where we're going.
Big Bang isn't a creation. It's a hypothesis of the potential.
How everything came to be. Yeah, how everything came to be.
Yeah, no. So everything up till a fraction of a second before then, we don't know what happened before that point. So the Big Bang doesn't actually say like that's where everything began. That's just as far back as we could see. Like hypothetically, there could have been a universe prior to the Big Bang that just finished.
The Big Bada Boom is a creation story. The Big Bada Boom by a priest. It was invented by a priest.
The Big Bada Boom. Are you talking about the Big Bang?
Yes, the Big Bang was invented by a Catholic priest, Georges Lemaitre.
Yeah, but I was just touching on the idea that...
And the concepts, but the concepts of the Big Bang and other such things like spheres and ideal shapes and divine shapes and all of these things, right? That's from like the Book of Zohar and Kabbalism. Like it's all steeped in religion. and religious history and creation stories and mysticism. I'll put it to you this way, friend. The Big Bang and expanding heliocentric cosmogony and all these woo-woo energy states that they need for all their magic to occur, like multiverses and all this crap, it's all mysticism, bro. It's not science. You think alternate universes is science? Think about that. An unvalidatable principle, right? An unvalidatable proposition, purely speculative as an ad hoc hypothesis that was first proffered to defeat the anthropic principle, right? So to appeal to probability by dismissing probability by appealing to an infinite data set of infinite alternate universes so that we arrive at the universe perfectly designed for life. And you're trying to tell me that's science?
I mean, at that point there would be infinite, for life, right?
Yeah, yes, dude. It's purely hypothetical and speculative, and quite frankly, religious.
Paraphrase Hubble. It's an ideology we've got to avoid at all costs, right?
Yeah, the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe and has a special position in the cosmos is unthinkable, intolerable, and horrible. Oh, and don't get me wrong, he also said, and some of the other guys, it's boastful. It's arrogant to think we're the center of the universe.
Well, I mean, it's impossible.
Does that sound like... yes, I know, but does that sound like science to you? Or does that sound like philosophy and personal opinions?
I mean, it sounds like probability, because probabilistically it is really, 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 really improbable that we are, but I mean, not impossible.
Well, yeah, except that when they speculated the idea of the after effects of the Big Bang being a ever-present radiation known as the cosmic microwave background, and they went out and they tried to measure it, they found something interesting that they dubbed the axis of evil. Now, they called it the axis because it is a heat distribution that centers on the Earth. And then they called it evil because it demonstrates we're the center of the universe, and they've already decided that if we're the center of the universe, they don't like it. It's horrible, so it must be evil.
All right, so let me defend this, because the idea in science would be that no matter where you are in the universe, it would be the center, because light is traveling at the speed of light from all directions. So if
that's not what the axis of evil is, though.
Yeah, but do you hear what I'm saying?
I understand that position, but the axis of evil is something different.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
It's very important, dude, in the cosmogony history of the heliocentric paradigm.
Well, AI, he said he doesn't agree with that, but is that an agree or disagree argument that the axis of evil has an actual meaning, a definition of what it is? And he's saying, I don't agree with the definition of that. I mean,
well, no, I don't think so. I didn't say I didn't. I don't know what I didn't say. I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know what the axis of. I was just
talking about. Friend, would you be willing to spend 90 minutes of your life finding out what it's about, with a very entertaining history of this type of thing put forth in a nice documentary format that's actually quite not boring? It's called. I'll give you the name of it. I'll tell you,
brother. I can be honest with you.
I'll tell you that.
And say like I could watch it, but like my attention span, like I'll try to watch something for hours, and then like I end up just watching something else and then closing out.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand, but you could breeze through it and just find the points that you find interesting. It's essential. So let me explain it to you.
I'm here.
The name of the documentary is called The Principle. The Principle, and it's based on a thing called the. Let me think. What is that called, guys? It's not the heliocentric principle. It's named after Copernican principle. The Copernican principle is that the Earth cannot be at the center of the universe. It's a philosophical assertion, right? Because of different reasons based on these different models that these people's created in the past and the metaphysical implications, right? And it shows you the history and why they made the decisions that they made. Now, this documentary is trying to proffer the idea that the universe is geocentric. It's not about flat Earth, okay? It's just about the Earth being in the center of the universe. And so they show you the history of why people made the decisions about interpreting the data
and they have these different people who are experts in those fields come on and give their little testimonies or explanations of these things, and in there the guy talks about the axis of evil. It's quite compelling, but that's not the only place, because obviously that physicist does work other places, and other people have done work with that concept.
Narrated by Kate Mulgrew, if you like Star Trek.
So I mean,
yeah, it's narrated by Captain Janeway. If you didn't know who Mulgrew is,
I mean, so I mean, like from my understanding, we have the observable universe, and then there is the unobservable universe as well. So like I feel like it would be theoretically impossible to like ever precisely determine where the center of the universe can't observe the entire universe.
They present a lot of interesting evidence and a lot of interesting points where men who try to claim it's not the center of the universe make philosophical decisions rather than scientific decisions. Because like a lot of what you're saying is based on these principles that these men helped formulate, and their bias is expressed in their own words.
Yeah, like I mean, because I'm not entirely sure how you could reason that or not. I mean, other than like the probability is like so low that it would be zero. There's still like obviously the
chance of what?
The chance that we are the center of the universe. But like I can't rule out that we aren't.
Based on what though?
But
it's based on all of these things.
Sorry. So like based on the idea that like the universe as we know it, our universe it has been expanding since Big Bang. Like it's possible to know what like
right, dude. What I'm telling you, yes, fair. But what I'm telling you, what I'm trying to tell you, is that this concept from where you get this idea that these things are expanding in that manner is based on flawed reasoning that's rife with philosophical bias in the past of the men who created all of this stuff.
Look, it looks like it's expanding. The cosmological axis of evil is because it looks like it's expanding in that it started at Earth. Okay, so that's the problem. Because it's uniform in every direction where it should be like more clumpy in other directions, right? If we were like in some direction from wherever the center was, there'd be what's called an anisotropic. And this is a hard word to say.
Anisotropic?
Yes, anisotropic preference to the data, a direction to the data. Where there'd be more temperature in one direction than in some other direction.
Believing the flat Earth, you're a pedophile.
Takes one to know one. Takes one to know one. Are you the expert? I think someone touched his no spot. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no, I would just argue like obviously that no matter where you are in the universe would be as it is, because like the speed of light travels the same speed from all directions. I mean, I kind of feel like we're just on like.
No, they measure the temperature, right? And it's like clumpy, so it's not like if you ever seen the CMB map, it's kind of clumpy. There's like preferred directions, right? So like it's not like a uniform distribution of the energy, but the energy should have a preferential direction. Where there's more energy in one direction than some other direction, because that's where the Big Bang started from, right? That's where all the matter and everything, the cosmic microwave background, which is supposed to be the echo from the Big Bang, where that came from, that should have a direction. But these maps of the CMB, they have no preferred direction. It looks like it's coming everywhere uniformly, identically.
Yeah, it's coming over uniformly, identically, like the same way that like a light bulb
isotropic
spreads light like uniformly and identically around, like a spherical light bulb that illuminates.
Yeah, but it looks like we're in the center. That's the problem.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is, if we move to a different galaxy, like in a different quadrant of the universe, it would appear as if that point is also the center of the way that light travels.
Well, then, how is there a Big Bang if it's uniform?
So the Big Bang, sorry, I'm stuttering on my words. Yeah. But like the Big Bang isn't like an ultimate like beginning of the universe, because like I said, the Big Bang only accounts for like a fraction, like a fraction of a second before like the actual we don't know what happened in that fraction of a second before like the cosmic radiation background.
Yeah. So I'm aware of all of Hawking's nonsense that he's published, Brief History of Time. I read that when I was like 19 years old, which is freaking 3 decades ago at least. So, yeah. So in his book, A Brief History of Time, Stephen Hawking wrote that the universe was condensed into a zero-dimensional point mass of infinite mass density and infinite energy density, and it was a single location. In the femtoseconds after the Big Bang, physics break down and they don't know what really happened. But after that, they claim that they can model it to a certain point in time, right? So the point is, it still has a central location.
Yeah,
it's not like it was spread across all space and it like material, like, you know, what would you call it? Just like materialized into existence everywhere all at once.
So I guess what I should have said is like to really know like for sure not is we'd have to have like a data point, like we'd have to be able to measure from like a pretty like far distance away from where we are now and see if that also would look like it's the center of the universe. And since we're only on Earth, we can't really like, you know, have more than just one data point.
I understand what you're saying, and that's a valid point, but it could just be wrong.
Yeah.
The whole idea, the whole foundation of the heliocentric model, the Copernican principle, that Earth does not have a special place in the cosmos, universe, whatever you want to call it, that could just be wrong. Because all our information so far that we've had from looking at the universe, even if you take everything to be true, the Lambda CDM model, that's the Big Bang model. That's, I guess, they say, well, it's the one that's taught in university. Let's put it that way, even though no one believes it anymore in university. So if you could take all this stuff as true, right? There's nowhere that we've looked out and peered in the universe and the trillions of stars and planets or whatever you think is out there that seems to be like Earth.
Well, when you say like Earth, what do you mean?
Well, we also had
like Earth, has any properties similar to what you observe on Earth?
What kind of properties? Like
any property.
Okay. What about like within the Goldilocks zone of a solar system? Do you think there are no? Okay, so I would argue
that's a conceptual idea, right? That's an idea that maybe somewhere out there there's some Goldilocks zone where there's a planet like Earth that has not been observed, has it?
So, Indio, you're saying that there is no.
Has that been observed or not? Yes or no?
Wait. So you're
yes
saying,
or no?
Indio, I'm asking you to clarify your claim. Of course, there have been planets that have been observed to be within the Goldilocks zone of a solar system. What are you talking about?
Okay, knowing the Goldilocks zone is a theoretical concept, but no planet has been observed. The only way to know if there is a Goldilocks zone would be to observe an Earth-like planet within it. Then you would know, hey, this Goldilocks zone concept, this thing is actually valid because we found a planet that's like Earth within it. But that's never been found. Nothing Earth-like has ever been found in the cosmos.
Okay, however, we have now shown that these two planets, Kepler 138c and D, are quite different in nature and that they are a big fraction of their entire volume is likely composed of water. It is the best evidence yet for water worlds, a type of planet that was theorized by astronomers to exist for a long time.
Yeah,
these two planets are made of water, NASA says. Now, here's where you say that all the evidence is fake.
No, hold on.
Hold on a second.
Hold on. Don't straw man me. I don't say anything's fake. First of all, you didn't present any data to support your claim. You didn't present any. No, listen. So there's evidence in that. If I hit that, I'm going to see graphs. I'm going to see the actual data, right? That's what I'm going to see in that link. Oh, it's CNN. So no, I'm not going to see it. I'm going to see a bunch of claims.
Do Do you want me to get you an article regarding these two planets?
Yeah, I already know how they claim to do this, right? They measure the intensity. Do you know how I know this? There's an astrophysicist PhD student in our Discord server.
Okay.
Okay, so I know how they do this, even though I didn't need to beat him to know because I already knew.
So how do they do it?
They measure
intensity of
the
what?
changing brightness of a star, and then from that they infer that there's some planet there.
Sorry.
Okay.
And
Okay.
depending on the frequency, they'll guess at the size, distance, and the composition, and all that of the planet.
Yeah, they'll guess. And when you say things like likely water, what does that mean?
It means it's more...
Can you quantify the likely? How did they quantify the likely? What statistical method did they apply?
That's a different question. Your original claim
it's a claim,
was that
so
there are
no.
no planets with any properties like that of Earth.
They've
That was
never-
your original claim.
They said they've never been observed.
What do you mean by observed? Like you
Observed.
mean we haven't been
Seen.
to other planets?
Dude, what are you confused about? They've
Like,
never been
India,
observed.
You're saying okay, so your original claim was that there are no planets with any discernible properties like that of Earth.
That's right.
An absurd claim, considering
it's
that
not.
considering that Earth is a rocky planet and we have other rocky planets within our solar system. So obviously,
Earth is a rocky planet.
So obviously, I'm taking
That's
this
covered
to
in
mean
70% water at the surface. So it seems super rocky.
holy shit, dude. You do realize that
Underneath the
geologically speaking, melted water is lava because like ice is considered like a
Melting
geological
water
rock.
is lava.
Like
That's a
India,
new
like
one.
like India, you do realize that like molten rock, right, is considered lava, right?
Really need to change your name.
Okay, you're just not engaging because you can't. That's fine.
No, because you're confused. Melted water is not melted rock. Okay, Earth is not a quote unquote rocky planet. It's not a planet at all.
It's
Okay?
not a okay.
No, it's not a planet at all.
Oh, so when you said that there are no planets that are like Earth, you're saying that there are no other
Look,
planets
even
that are flat.
within the no,
That's what you're saying.
There's no such thing as a flat planet because a planet is defined as a wandering star. That's where the word comes from. And Earth is not a wandering star, is it?
So Mars is not a planet?
It's a wandering star. It's what we call a wandering star.
So
Yes, it's
planet,
a planet.
so planet,
That's what we
planet.
call it.
From,
That's how we
from-
defined it.
So
we
from
made up the word
from the
planet.
Oxford, so from the Oxford definition, a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. The second definition is literally the Earth. So Earth is by definition a planet.
Oh, so that's how you prove the Earth is a planet. You just defined Earth as planet.
You just defined it as a wandering star.
Look up
What
the
the fuck are you
etymology.
talking
Look up
about?
the etymology of the word planet and where that word originates.
Brother,
Well, I'm looking it up in the dictionary because that's how it works.
Is that look up the etymology of the word, dude?
You didn't make the claim about the etymology of the word. You made a claim about how
I
the word
said
is
no.
defined right now. You said that right now the word is defined
No.
as a wandering star.
I said the word planet. The word planet comes from the definition wandering star.
Right, and so you're saying there is no planet like Earth because Earth isn't a planet? That wasn't
No,
your
that was
original
that was
claim.
no.
Your
that-
original
you're
claim.
damn right it wasn't, and I never said it was.
Wait, so I have a real quick question. So because it's talking about planets, but like we can observe like Saturn, like with a like you can get a telescope and see
Yeah,
Saturn,
and
right?
yeah, and
Doesn't it appear like spherical with like the rings? And stuff?
no, you can't see a sphere through a monocular. That's idiotic.
But yeah, but I mean, I don't mean to like.
I'm just saying you. Okay. To see a 3D object, you need stereoscopic vision. You can't have stereoscopic vision through a single eyepiece. And then even if you had stereoscopic vision, the eyes, right, the two optics need to be far enough apart so you can create a 3D image. That means you need parallax. You need a large enough separation between the eyepieces. In the heliocentric model, the planets are too far away, and even the moon is too far away to have parallax and have stereoscopic vision. So no, they don't look like spheres. They look like circles. Objectively, that's what they look like.
Well,
Now you can use your pareidolia and say, "Hey, it looks like a sphere to me," because I've been staring at them in books and in movies and everything. They keep saying this is what a sphere looks like, but if you encounter a sphere in real life, the planets don't look like a real life sphere.
Have you ever seen a sphere look anything other than a circle when it's projected on a 2D plane?
No. Why would
Okay. Right. Okay.
But the rings
So
of
if we
Saturn
see
help that feeling.
so if we see things in the sky that always look like circles, no matter which angle we're checking them out from, then it's reasonable to infer that they are spheres, right?
Is it reasonable? It's reasonable to infer that. Okay.
Okay.
But inference is not a proof of anything.
I understand. It is very rare to like say that like science
And
is proof
you don't
of
actually-
anything because
Okay,
still talking about.
Yeah, okay.
But you're admitting that whichever perspective we're looking at, it always
No,
looks
that's
like
not what
a
I'm admitting,
circle.
and that's why I was trying to interrupt you because I knew what you're going to try. I knew what you were going to attempt next.
So if you're
I didn't
saying it's not a
concede. I
sphere,
did not
then what is the shape?
concede. I did not concede. We're looking at it from different angles. Okay, that was your claim which coincidentally has no evidence.
Okay, so if I give you so would you agree that if I'm looking at Mars from two different places on Earth, that those are necessarily two different angles? Very small
They're
angles.
not. You
but two
can't
different
actually,
angles.
but you can't actually measure the different angles. Right. So if you go to those two places on Earth and look through a telescope, Mars
so
is
just to
going
be clear,
Hey, stop talking. I'm talking, right? So if you go to these two places on Earth, no matter how far apart you are, Mars is going to look identical. It's not going to appear shifted, and it's not going to appear like you're looking at Mars from one side versus the other.
So Indio, if I'm in two separate places and I'm looking at the same object, necessarily that would entail that I'm looking at it from a different angle, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's what you would think, right?
When you say, hold on. So when you say we've never seen Mars from two different angles, and literally I can step to the left and observe Mars from a different angle. That is quite literally one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard.
Does it look different or look the same?
What?
Does it look different or does it look the same? When you step to the left when you step
you're saying.
When you step to the left 1 foot, does it look like you've changed position and you're looking at Mars from a different angle?
That's not what your claim was. You said that
dude,
you
just
wasn't
answer
looking
the
at from
fucking
two
question.
different angles.
I'm sick of you not answering questions. Okay,
Answer the
these
question, bro.
these questions are made to make you look stupid. Okay,
but you're
if
kind
you
of
step
failing at
to the
that
left,
because when you step to the left, it looks pretty similar. Yeah,
it looks the same. What if I go 1,000 miles to the now? Listen, if I go 1,000 miles to the left.
Yeah, you're making my argument for me. You're saying that no matter what, it always looks like a circle.
It looks. Listen,
there's
no
never
matter
been
where
an
you
instance
go,
in which you take a picture of Mars and it looks like a football, right? So why would we assume
no,
that?
First of all, you just tried to straw man me and obfuscate. That shit ain't gonna
I'm
work,
not saying you're saying it looks like a football. I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying that there's no other reason to think that there's no reason.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You know you're about to get fucking pinned to the deck. So, real simple. And I didn't mute you, by the way. Whoever muted him, thank you. So, check this out. You said we're looking at it from a different angle. Objectively, you can't tell that. You can move around. You can go all over the place. You can go from one side of the Earth to the other. And if you make the simultaneous observation and snap a photo, Mars is going to look the same from each angle.
It doesn't matter what it looks
So you have no
like,
3D
dude.
information. Dude, you have no stereoscopy. You have no 3D information.
Indio, but like if
even though you should because it's two different
Okay.
angles. Now it's not two plane. That's not one plane. It's two planes, right? You got two projection planes, and you should have parallax, and you should be able to measure the distance using this parallax because you have two different angles. But when you go out into the real world and do this, what you think should happen don't happen. Now, why is that?
Indio, but you're saying we can't view this from two different angles, right? But even though you
does
just
not
admit,
appear,
Indio,
dude, it does not appear to be
it
from
doesn't
two different
matter.
angles.
Answer his question. Why is that?
Neon is just trying to obfuscate. He's trying to conflate angle of elevation and the angle change
said angle of
relative to the
elevation.
horizon, and not the angle
such
that you're
mental
looking at
illness
the
in this
ball
chat.
from. He's just being retarded.
Yeah, there is mental illness in this chat. Quit bringing it here unless you're going to answer his question.
He didn't ask a question. He just said, "No, you don't
Yes,
have spectroscopy."
What?
Wait,
I never
actually,
even
hold on,
mentioned
hold
the
on,
word
hold on.
spectroscopy.
I want. This is what I wanted to have. Yes, you did. You didn't.
Oh, you're gonna set the terms now? No, he has a question on the table.
When did I
Fucking
mention the word spectroscopy? Rewind the tape. When did I say that
you
word?
said you don't have spectroscopy.
No, you
Now-
didn't.
now
He
another-
didn't
now
say
I-
that.
you
You
don't
were
have
hallucinating.
I said you don't have stereoscopy.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's fine.
Stereoscopic vision. You know what that is? Why am I talking to you? You don't fucking
Okay.
know anything.
Indio, buddy.
Shut up. Tell you. Stereoscopic vision. So when we look out into the world, we have two eyes. We have depth cues because we have stereoscopic vision. That's why you can throw a frickin' football and hit someone in the chest since you want to bring back up footballs, because you have depth cues to figure out how far away they are. But when we look into the night sky, none of these depth cues exist. Of course you're gonna leave because you don't want to hear it. This for everybody else. None of these depth cues exist, right? We don't have a ground, so we can't tell based upon experience like how far something is away, because we don't have a ramping up surface, right, to judge what the distance is. And then when we look, and then we go to different places on Earth, it appears as if there's no angle change, even though, I guess, objectively, there is an angle change because you're looking at it from two different angles. But if you snap a picture, you can't see that change in angle. You can't see that parallax shift. Why is that? But you're going to claim they're spheres. There's no objective evidence they're spheres. You're just using one piece of data, right? The piece of data, like in the real world, if I have a sphere and I put it 20 freaking miles away from me, and then I move 500 feet to the left and right, I can see the sphere from different sides, but it still looks like a circle, but you're still seeing it from different sides.
Yeah. So,
But then
so
you're
if we-
taking, but listen, but
Oh
then
my
you're
God,
taking
he's
that,
just never gonna stop.
dude. Then you're taking that idea and you're sticking it into the sky and doing the same procedure, but not getting the same result, but saying it's the same thing.
Wait.
That
What
is
do you mean? What do you mean
illogical,
we're not getting the same
irrational.
results? You're
When
saying
you
we're
ship-
not looking. You're saying we're not looking at a planet or some kind of celestial body in the sky. We're saying we're not looking at it and seeing that it's also a circle. Like, I'm
You
really
even
confused. Are you
listen to-
like?
I know you're
Are you
confused.
saying
That's
that Mars
obvious.
is? Are you saying that Mars is not a sphere, or that
Now,
it is a sphere?
are you saying that? Inevitably, a straw
Is
man
Mars
fallacy.
a sphere
Now I
or
remember
not?
you.
Is Mars a sphere or not?
Objectively, you cannot tell.
Okay. Do we have reasonable inference to suggest that Mars is a sphere? Yes or no?
Yes
No.
and no.
Yes
have
and
to-
no.
it-
Those are
have-
mutually
listen.
incompatible. It can be only be one
No,
or the other.
listen. It depends on the evidence you look at. Okay, because it doesn't make sense from our terrestrial viewpoint, and that's what the thing you don't
What doesn't make
understand.
sense?
Because we extend our terrestrial viewpoint.
What doesn't make sense?
Dude, are you gonna let me fucking answer, or are you gonna talk over me? Look, we have a terrestrial viewpoint, right? If we see a sphere in the real world, if I take a little toy globe and I stick it out across the room, right, and I move around the room, I look at the globe from different angles, it still
Yeah,
looks
it's
like
always gonna be a circle,
Okay, yeah, it's always going to be a circle, but I'm also going to see the globe from different sides, right?
Okay, so
Right?
okay, so
But when we do, okay, right? So when we do that to the celestial bodies like planets, and we move around the Earth, we don't see the other sides when we move around.
you
We
just to be
only
clear,
see the same face all the time when we see a circle. Why is that? That's the
Okay.
question I asked you. Why is
okay,
that?
so you're saying that it could be an entirely different shape on the other side of it that we haven't seen
Oh
yet.
my fucking lord! You didn't listen to a fucking thing I said.
I directly applied what you
is that?
said, and you said that we
Why,
only
when we
see
move
one
around, we
side.
don't see the planets from the sides?
From what side? What are you talking about?
From any side, right? We still
do
see them at
we
circle.
do see the planet from one side, right? I mean, we can see the planet. We see that it's there, right?
yeah,
We see
and
the
if I-
moon. We only
and if
see
I'm-
one side of the moon at any given time,
Okay,
right?
so why?
Well, I mean, with
Why
the moon,
if I move around, do I don't see the
with
side of the
with
moon because
with
my
the moon-
angle shifted?
With the moon specifically, it's because it's a tidally locked with the Earth in its orbit, and with Mars, it's because we're in different orbits, so we're only going to see like
Okay, so check it out.
bulk portion of it.
So you're not understanding. I have a classroom globe, okay? I'm gonna center on the frickin' Mid-Atlantic Ridge.
I just
and-
answered your question.
And,
You're not
no,
gonna
you
say
didn't.
anything about it?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're an idiot.
You just asked me
So
why
we're gonna
didn't we
take, we're
see
gonna take
all of
North
Mars at the
America
same
and we're
time?
gonna stick it on the left, and we're gonna take frickin' Europe and Africa. We're gonna stick it on the right of the globe, and we're staring center at right down the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Now I'm gonna move to the left.
Bless
When I
you.
move to the left, now America appears to be in the center of the globe, and then when I move to the right, now Africa appears to be in the center of the globe, right?
But it still looks like a sphere,
my angle,
right? You're ignoring that.
Yeah. My angle shifted, and now I see it from the side. This is
Okay,
what was on the
do you
side
have-
now.
do you
Shut
have
the fuck
any
up, dude? Shut the
instance-
fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, shut the fuck
You're
up.
not addressing the
I
point.
am addressing it.
No, you're not.
And you're trying to cock block, dude. It ain't working. Now, I just told you, when I shifted, now I see the globe from the sides. When we do that
Just
on
gonna
Earth
fuck
and
that
look at the
globe.
planets, that don't happen. That don't happen to the moon. That don't happen to the planets. Why?
What doesn't happen with the moon and the planets?
Oh
that the,
my
that the
God.
orientation that the orientation of the landmarks on those planets changes as the orbit
They
progresses.
don't. No, I'm not
Yes,
talking about
they
fucking
do.
orbits. I'm talking about making simultaneous observations from two places that are far
I said
apart.
orientation, not orbit.
Listen. If we look at, say I'm in Africa, say I'm in North America, and I look at Mars at the same time, I'm looking at Mars from different angles. I am not seeing different images of Mars. I'm not seeing one side of Mars and the other side of Mars at the same time.
Okay, so
I'm
you're
seeing
saying that
the
because we
identical
haven't seen
image.
the other side, oh my god,
Dude,
okay.
you don't understand. Like you don't understand. Are you
Don't get it.
spatially retarded?
Do you need
Okay,
an English
so-
to English
so-
translator,
so
Neon?
just-
Like,
just
I mean,
to-
it
just
should be
to
pretty
be
clear.
clear.
But no,
No, I'm asking you.
all
You're
the
like literally
cheerleaders coming in.
spatially
All the
retarded.
cheerleaders coming in being
I
fucking
don't need
idiots.
cheerleaders. I don't listen.
Well, I know you
You're
don't.
embarrassing
you don't-
yourself.
you don't- yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, you're saying that
Brett.
because we can't see the other side of Mars, it could very well not be a sphere, right?
Dude, I'm saying.
Oh
the
my god,
observation-
dude! Like you're not like
But it could be a sphere.
I'm trying to engage, and you're just like not.
No,
you're,
you're
Okay,
not.
okay,
You're trying
then
to
what are you
straw man
saying
me.
then?
You're saying. So you're
How's it a
saying
straw man? What do you?
because before you said your words, you said so you're saying. No, I said what I said. I said you cannot objectively tell the planets are spheres from observation. Objectively. Period. Sorry. What they appear as is circles, and you can move around and look at it from different angles, and they look like the same fucking circle. I can be in Africa, I can be in North America, I can be in Asia, and look at a planet at Mars at the exact same time, and it looks identical from every vantage point, no matter how far I am apart, and no matter how my angle is supposed to change. You taking your terrestrial observations of what you experience with a sphere on Earth and say, oh, well, when I look at it as a circle, I look at a sphere, it always looks like a circle from every angle. And also, from every angle, it looks like you're looking at it from a different orientation. You just pretend that that's not a problem when you look in the sky.
Why
I
would
don't
that
have to
be a
see
problem?
different
Can you
orientations.
demonstrate visually why it having a different orientation would necessarily make it not a sphere?
Because what?
Like draw it out for me. What if something is a sphere and I'm looking at it from two different orientations?
you don't even need
why
to
would
use a
why would I
sphere.
not? Why would I not see a sphere?
You don't even need to use a
Jesus
sphere. You could use a
fucking-
tree.
Who said you would
You can
not
use a
see a sphere?
basketball. You can use anything. Like
Who said you would not see a sphere? Nobody said that. Imagine if you were looking at a sphere from your positions are 90 degrees to the sphere. So one guy is looking at it
wait, what?
from
90
the
degrees
direction.
to a sphere?
Okay, no. Say we 90 degrees. The two observers are 90 degrees from each other. The sphere is in the center, right? So one person's say looking from the east, the other person's looking at the sphere from the south, and
Okay.
they both see the identical surface features. Now, does that make sense?
No.
Okay, but that's what we see in the fucking sky.
We're not. We're 90.
that's what we see in the
We're not
sky.
90 degrees in orientation from the center of the. No, you're very confused. Okay, so no, we are not 90.
No, I
when
used
two
to
people
listen.
look
I
at- when
never
two
said we
people
were
look at
90
Mars-
degrees. I use an extreme example because you're spatially retarded. Okay, I use an extreme example.
Okay, so how?
No,
what is the
two
actual
people on
de-
Earth
So
are-
what is the actual degree difference then? Probably going to be less than a
Zero.
degree. That's probably going to be less than a degree. It's going to be
zero.
very, very small, right?
It's zero.
It's not zero. It's obviously not zero because
If
there's
no
two different
parallax, we
wait,
could measure.
Indio.
Dude, we could measure the parallax.
Oh my
you
God.
can measure the angle change, right? And then you know how far
Indio.
away it is.
Indio,
That's
buddy.
how we determine
It's
through
obviously
parallax
not-
how far away something is. What don't you fucking understand, dude? How do you use parallax to get a distance?
Holy shit, Indio! It's not zero. The angle change is obviously not zero because you're viewing it to the same thing.
What
from
you're going to
two
measure
different
is zero.
locations.
What you're going to measure is zero. Yes,
Is
dude.
there-
That's
is
what I'm
there
trying
any-
to tell you.
Sorry, is it above zero or is it very close to zero? Is it zero or very close to
There's
zero?
no measurable difference.
Okay, so you're saying it is in fact zero and not very close to zero, right?
There's no measurable difference.
Indio.
Stop saying so. You're
Holy
saying.
shit.
There's no measurable
Yeah,
difference.
for
You're
heaven
not going to
forbid I
put
try to
words in my mouth.
contextualize your argument.
Like,
Yes.
no, you know you're not. You're trying to straw man. You've done it like 95 times. That's why I muted you the last time I talked to you. You're a one-trick pony.
Okay.
A one fucking trick pony, dude.
So let's say
You don't
we
know what you're
have-
talking about. It's pretty simple.
Okay. So let's say we have an object that's very, very far away, right? And we have two different people looking at that object, but they're in two different locations. Then necessarily the angle that's going to be between them is going to be greater than zero, right? It can be very, very, very small, but it will be greater than zero, right?
We know there's going to be an angle
I'm sorry,
difference
can you not answer
because-
that question? It's a very simple yes or no.
Look, how far away is
It's a
very
yes
far
or
away?
no.
Well, theoretically, yes, there could be a small angle difference, but
No,
that's
there
not what we're observing.
necessarily will be an angle difference if you're looking at something from two different
Yes.
locations.
Listen, terrestrially,
Great.
yes.
So when you say that the angle is zero, that is wrong, right?
That's what is measured, stupid fuck.
Okay. So is
That's
it
what
a
is
very
measured in
small
fucking
angle,
reality.
or
see,
is
see,
it
I'm
zero?
talking about what's measured is fucking zero.
Okay, so it's zero, like 0 degrees. It's not 0.000001. It is zero.
Look, okay, let's put it this way. I take a picture of
I
Mars.
would just like a
I'm
number.
1,000
I would like a specific
but
number.
I gave you a number. Zero. The fuck don't you understand?
Okay, this is what I don't understand. Here, let me.
Yeah, math.
Let me draw it out. This is what I don't understand.
Listen, I go out into the world
Here,
and make
here.
an observation. One person is standing on the African coast.
Okay, so
No, dude. Let me finish. One person standing on the African coast, one person standing on the North American coast. They're both looking up at Mars. They both snap a picture. They overlay the pictures, right? To see how
overlay
much
them.
yeah, you can overlay them, like making a transparency, right? You overlay them. And then you can measure how much of a shift there is, right? In the orientation. And then you can count pixels. In the old days, they would use a micro frickin' meter and count the actual fucking spacing on the frame. So when you actually do this in reality, there's no visible difference between each image, even though
is there no difference, or is it very tiny?
there's no visible difference. There's no
Okay,
measurable, perceivable difference with the human fucking eyes, dude, or with fucking machines. There's no difference.
Okay, so this is my problem with the explanation that you're having. This is if you're having two observers and you have an object and the object is very far away, right?
Yeah.
You're saying there's no discernible difference, and that which would mean that this angle right
No,
here
there
would have
should
to be
be.
zero.
Listen, there should be if the heliocentric model was correct. There should be. But there ain't. And I know it's hard to wrap your fucking head around that the heliocentric model is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
I know
but
it
you're
hurts
saying
you
this angle
inside
right here.
deeply.
This doesn't have anything to do with heliocentrism, my guy. This just has to do with basic perspective, right? Like you're saying right here. You're saying right here that this angle right here is zero.
Brother, stop talking for a second, okay? We need to advance this conversation. So, what he's telling you is that when they go out with their instruments, they measure zero. Now, that's contrary to what you think should be, and that's anomalous. The problem is when
Which
they want to
experiment are you
actually measure-
referring to?
All right, dude, stop talking.
You can only do it
Okay?
yourself.
You can critique whatever I say when I'm done. If you interrupt me, I'm just going to mute you and continue. Okay? It's pointless and fruitless.
Are
So
you
that
done?
being said, no.
Oh, God.
How could I possibly be done,
Oh,
dude?
can you hurry the fuck up? Jesus Christ.
No, I'm going to take longer now, actually. So I posted an image in the chat there, which describes how they do these advanced parallaxes. Because they can't get enough differential angle with different locations on the Earth, what they do is they quote unquote wait to take the other measurement at a different time of the year because they're assuming that the Earth is orbiting around the sun and they're getting the distances from the Earth to the sun, from the sun to the next position of the Earth. And that is where they make up the extra angle that they need before they do their math.
The angles, whenever
Wait,
these
wait.
distances.
I was going to be allowed to respond when he was done. Are you done?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I'm done. Sorry.
Great. So this is the problem because he wasn't talking about like the parallax angle. He was talking about looking at an object from two different locations, and he said that when you look at like Mars, for example, that the angle difference between the object that you're looking at is 0. I haven't seen him post any evidence of that. It doesn't really jibe with basic trigonometry, especially when you have two observers right here in definitionally different locations, right? There's going to have to be an angle. He used the example.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
He used the example of like of like two different observers looking at something from 90 degrees apart, right? So you have O1 and O2 right here, and he's saying that it wouldn't make sense for them to see the same thing. I agree, but then when I asked him, okay, well, what is the actual angle? He said 0, which would mean that they were in the same location when they're simultaneously in two different locations.
You
that
don't
doesn't
say.
make any sense.
No shit, Sherlock. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That doesn't. No, this breaks your argument, dude. Because
No,
you're saying that
breaks
they
it-
measured.
listen,
You're saying
it
that they
breaks your
measured a
claim
0
that
angle.
you know that they are spheres. Because if they were spheres, when you looked at them from different angles, they would have a different orientation.
What do you mean by orientation?
You would see one from one side, and one observer would see it from another side.
Where
And they would take different pictures.
because the Earth doesn't extend
No,
to
now it's
both
no.
sides of the object.
Okay, so Neon, let's just say, right? You're going with the assumption it's a globe, right? Let's just say
course.
that the Earth is flat, whatever. It doesn't really matter. You're talking about stuff in the sky right now, right? So what he's saying is,
Well,
if those
even if we assume that the Earth is flat, it doesn't make any sense either.
No, just listen to this. If those so-called planets in the sky are indeed spheres, then you would actually see those angles that you're asking for. But if they are something of a different shape, perhaps I don't know, right? Could be a little bit like a pancake. Could be a little bit like a dreidel that's a little bit squished down. You're gonna see the same thing, and why is that?
Because they're spheres. You're seeing circles in the sky because they're spheres.
Okay, you agreed. Okay, we both agree. You can look at Mars from different angles.
Okay,
Right.
so if we agree to that, then you saying that the observational angle is not
But it
is
doesn't
0
appear.
is wrong.
They don't appear. No, listen. What is measured is 0. Are you dense or something? I've said that like 19 times.
So
now.
what? So right here, when you're saying what is measured is 0, are you talking about this angle right here?
Not looking at your stream, man.
Okay, this is Mars.
When they take
right? They're looking at it from very far away, but they're on the flat Earth, right? This is a very, very far distance. You're saying that the angle right here is 0, right?
Yeah, because
that doesn't.
when
That would
each of
mean
the-
that they're in the same location, dude. That doesn't
no
make any sense.
shit, sure. No shit. That's what we're trying to tell you that you're not getting. Because you're
Okay.
taking your idea of a terrestrial object, right? So there's this fundamental premise to celestial observations that celestial observations should be identical to terrestrial observations. That it's all the same, but it's never been all the same, ever in the history of fucking astronomy. It's never been the same.
Great.
Can't see the
So-
side of the moon. Can't see the sides of the planets. Right? The Earth looks like a disc. The moon looks like a disc. They don't look like fucking spheres.
But they
There's
look
other
like
problems. They
but
look like they're forever away.
Oh my
They,
God.
they didn't get
It's
the
gift
distance to
galloping.
listen, they didn't get the I'm gonna give you a fucking list of
Yeah,
problems.
it's gift galloping.
in-
Yeah.
okay, so you don't care. Fine.
No, I care. I just want to take these points one at a time so I can meaningfully engage
Well,
with all of the points.
I'm undermining the central premise that terrestrial observations and celestial observations should behave the same.
Well, why wouldn't they behave the same?
Because they don't.
Why not?
Good question. Tell me when you figure it out.
Like, why are you, what's your basis to say that they aren't behaving the same?
The observation.
Sure. What observations are you citing? What
How
data?
far away do the stars look?
Which star you're talking about?
Any star. How far away does it look when you look at it? Does one star look farther than the other?
You're going to use the parallax angle for that.
Okay, but if you just look up into the sky and you just look at the stars, does one star look farther than the other?
I mean, not to the naked eye, no. But the fact that
With a telescope.
hold on. But okay, but the fact that certain like the things don't look different to the naked eye is not an argument that they are like all the same distance.
Does it look different with a telescope?
Does it
No,
look
we're
different
talking
with
about what does
yeah,
it look like,
yeah,
right?
The parallax
Is that
angle
what we're
looks
talking
different with a
about?
telescope.
Are we talking about what things look like?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, you said doesn't look far away. Yes.
No.
And,
Oh,
and
that
also
doesn't.
and also the distance that they are away from us has nothing to do with their shape. Their shape remains the same. The angular resolution is going to the field of view is going to change, right? But that has nothing to do with the distance. You're talking about two different things.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, just-
I'm talking about how something appears. The point is you're missing you're missing the point.
You're talking,
when
you're
you look
talking
in
about
the sky,
distance versus shape, and those are two different things.
if you look at
Doesn't
if you look
nobody
at
knows
hold
what the
on,
fuck-
Hold on, Elijah. Let's get to the point. If you look at something on Earth, can you estimate the distance?
Yeah, because they're
Can you tell if it's far away?
Because like that
But you
comports to the
can't look
naked
in the
eye.
sky. You
Yes,
can't
because,
tell when you look in the
because-
sky.
Oh my god, because
You
that's
asked
not,
what was
because
different.
that's
I
not
just
how
gave you an
vision works.
example. I gave you what you
didn't
wanted.
evolve. We didn't evolve with the
Oh,
necessary
God.
features
So
to
you're
see
arguing what is
stars.
this, like appeal to evolution, dude? Like is that like a
We
new
didn't
logical
evolve with
fallacy?
the necessary tools to see stars, dude. We see stars in the night sky, but we don't need to judge how
So if we
far away they
evolve-
are.
if we
would
evolve
need
longer-
to hold on. But we do need to judge how far away a predator is. So it would make sense that we are able to accurately gauge the distance of predators. But I don't see why we would need to, with the naked eye, be able to see how far away a star is.
I
And
sure
we
fucking
do see
hope
how
that was
far away
just
stars are
recorded.
when
That
we
is
add
awesome.
instruments to them.
Yeah, it's recorded.
It's fucking awesome. That is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life.
What did I
dude.
say exactly, India?
That-
That's what I thought. That's
Dude,
what I
you
thought.
don't even know what you said. Listen.
I can tell you what I said,
listen,
but you don't know what I said.
You
That's why I'm
came up
asking
with
you.
a rationalization on the fly using evolution. That shows you how much of pseudoscience evolution is that you can come up with a rationalization on the fly why you can't tell the distance to
Yeah,
stars
and you're
versus
saying
when you
that
can tell terrestrial
because-
distance.
because we
You just
can't
told
tell
a
how
bullshit
stars are
story.
far
There's not
away.
a shred of evidence for anything you fucking said about
Right, even though
evolution.
another flat earther in here posted how we do things with the parallax angle, but that's fine. Like we can talk about that if you want. But you're conflating
asked
two
what was
things.
different.
You're
No, you
conflating
asked what was
shape-
different.
You're
You
conflating Indio. You're conflating shape with distance. Okay.
Okay.
How
He's
far
not.
away something looks doesn't necessarily
not
have
talking
anything
about
to
that.
do with his shape.
No. You asked what was different. You asked for examples. I gave one example. Would you like more? Because I
Yes,
got more.
I would like an example in which two people standing in different locations would look at Mars, for example, or any celestial body, and the angle between them would be 0. That I would like that evidence.
That is what they're gonna measure.
Okay, I would like evidence that they would measure that the angle would be 0 between the two people standing at different locations.
Okay. If they take a picture of Mars from any different place, right? I'm here. You're 20 feet over there. That's a different angle, right?
Necessarily, yes.
And if we take a picture, those pictures are gonna look identical, right?
They're going to look very, very, very similar, but they will not look identical. No.
Okay, so
that is fucking utter nonsense.
If you
What do
okay, hold on. Let me draw it to. I obviously can't draw it to scale, right?
Neon.
But if we have an
I'm
object
about
right
to
here,
slam dunk on your ass. Hold on.
we
I'm about
have
to
an
post
object
it
right
in the
here,
chat.
and we have
Neon, I have a question.
two very far away
I'm
observers.
about to post it in the chat, so get ready
So
to be
Neon,
embarrassed.
I think I don't know if you're being disingenuous or if it's confusing. Okay, so they're saying if
can't
you are
comprehend it,
assuming
that's
it's
the
a
problem.
sphere and you're seeing what is actually a two-dimensional shape, and you're in two different locations that do have angles. If you're assuming it's a sphere and overlay those images of what you're seeing from those two different places, it's not gonna make sense. It's gonna be like, oh, there's a zero angle, or they in the same spot. No, the assumption that they're spheres is making you assume something that isn't actually observable.
Yeah, and you have severe
That's what
cognitive
they're
dissonance.
saying.
So
Yes,
then the
exactly.
assumption
Like you're gonna have the same
that this is
2D image from
actually
both viewpoints.
great. So
Hold
then
You
on.
the
understand
assumption
that?
then that this is actually a
Hold
flat
on, hold
disk
on,
would mean that the
hold
disk
on.
is always oriented towards us.
First of all, who the
Hold
fuck thinks
on.
the Earth
Give
is
me
a
a
disc,
second.
retard?
I didn't say
You've been
the
talking to
no, not the Earth. Other celestial bodies in the sky.
Who said that they were discs?
Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Hello.
Also, whoever's
Read what I
streaming,
just
that's not how you
posted.
triangulate
Read what I
Lee's
just
position. I
posted
hope
in
you
the
know
chat
that.
out loud, please.
What?
Read what I just posted in the chat, please.
It may be a bit confusing for beginner. Where's this from? For beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform is the size of the Earth's equator and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on the disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. The famous Andromeda Galaxy can, for
there.
example, always be found at Dec 4116. This is independent if we observe it from New York, Los Angeles, or Munich. Yeah, what's wrong with this?
Dude. Are you trolling?
What does this have to do with the point?
Wow.
Like-
Like,
Like,
do you
again-
agree?
again,
In
if
Munich
you-
and New York are different angles, right?
What?
Munich and New York are different angles, right?
Sure.
Are they see the same thing as if they're in the same spot?
Because it's very, very far away.
Oh,
now-
how do
so
you know
now-
that? How
so
do you
now you're
listen? Hold on,
admitting-
Elijah. How do you know it's far away?
Because of the parallax angle.
That we just talked about. You just said that you can't see the difference because it's very far away. Then you said the reason we know it's very far away is the angle that you can't see the difference of.
You're talking about a different angle, dude.
No, that's what a parallax angle is. Okay, that's it.
No, the
dude.
parallax
shut
angle
the fuck-
relates
you're,
to the north.
You're a retard. We're done. We're done here. No more. I've had enough. No,
Okay.
Shut down
can't do it.
I mean, that's fine. If you don't know how to engage
No,
with that,
no, you're no, dude. It's over your head or something.
You're proving my point.
The method they use to get the distance is what you said you don't have. You understand? How do we get the distance? We measure the parallax angle. Well, why does it look the same in Munich and New York? In the sense, oh, it's very far away. How do you know it's very far away? The parallax angle. We don't have a parallax angle. You have no angle. You said, oh, it's a sphere. And the only way it can be a sphere is if it's very far away because the observation doesn't make sense when compared to terrestrial observations. And I'm going to assume that terrestrial observations are identical to celestial observations. So there. That's your logic. Then when I said this, you said, what's your evidence that terrestrial observations and celestial observations are different and not the same? Then when I gave that, you accused me of changing the subject. It's a bunch of horse shit. Game playing, dude. Which is why I'm irritated, because I want to have a normal, honest discussion instead of somebody that's quote unquote trying to win with his globe champion tag, whatever the fuck that was. Anyway, Elijah.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for posting that shit, man. I've never said that before, man.
So guys,
You just completely just destroyed his argument. Then tried to. I don't know what that was. I was like, yo.
His argument was just not understanding what was being said for like an hour.
so I keep trying to look for the radius that supposedly exists on the Earth, right? And I keep going to this guy from Greece, and then there's satellites, and there's nothing in between. How'd they launch rockets if they had to go around the planet? They don't know the
But
radius.
I heard
size?
NASA's building solar system sized calipers, and they're going to measure the diameter of the Earth using those or something.
Well, I can't wait.
So
I trust NASA.
I can't wait either because
I was using a
they'll
different
be building
approach.
that.
I was
Oh,
using
go
a
ahead.
different approach in the chat about explaining how you view lights. Like light that's far enough away, doesn't matter what shape it is, it'll look like a circle to you if it's far enough away. Even if it's a cylinder of light that emits light, but it's a cylinder, from far enough away, it's going to look like a circle.
Yeah, that's actually correct, man. It could be a square, it could be whatever. Far enough away, it's just a circle.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? Did you ever play those old like 3D shooting games where the sprites are always facing you head on? Like you don't see them from other angles. You can't because it's just like one drawing.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Kind of like paper. Well, I thought this was funny. He was like, "Well, what do you think the planets are? Discs?" He was so stuck in the idea that what's in the sky is what the Earth is, that in order for the Earth to be flat, the planets have to be space discs, constantly orientated towards Earth, no matter what direction you look at them.
Yeah, he hasn't taken the time to understand what he's arguing with here at all.
He's lucky he did it here because other servers, I mean, with the Globe people, they would have. Man, they do not treat Globe liability kindly.
Globe liability. That's funny.
Yeah, they got a bunch of terms for it that I don't even like saying, you know. But they'll basically bully you off the server if they think you're a liability to the Globe model. Like if you don't parrot exactly the same pseudoscience nonsense. Like if he's got his ideas here, wasn't really able to engage. Yeah, they would not have taken that light. Yeah, he's lucky he did it here. You know, not some other Globe server.
Well, I mean, the frustrating part is he didn't want to understand. He didn't want to listen. He wanted to try and construct a flat Earth that he could debunk in his head, and a whole cosmology that he could debunk, right? So CB talks about this all the time. It's like they construct this flat Earth in their head of what they think flat Earth is, and then they ask us to explain their twisted version of flat Earth.
Yeah, pawning off their shitty ideas. This ain't no pawn shop. Take your crap elsewhere.
Actually called cartoon earthers mentality. They want to have the cartoon globe in their minds, and then they're going to replace the globe with another cartoon to debunk. It's just cartoon earthers.
It's just so funny because we all can understand this from many different types of viewpoints and understand it logically, but they always have some sort of stupid explanation for everything, and they don't realize how logically unsound they are, you know?
You say freaking water is frozen or melted lava or something? It's crazy.
He said it was lava was melted water.
Get that clip too.
Oh yeah, it's all recorded.
Okay, that reminds me of was that guy Dallas Dave like water gas?
Yeah, water gas. Got water gas.
No one's been able to explain to me how the atmosphere is filled with water gas.
Did you like my contribution to the cosmic microwave background, Indio?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not like he looked at it. I mean, like those guys are just—they don't want to know. And they're like, well, this don't work. Yeah, we know it don't work. That's why we're talking about it. Like that's the point.
This is why it's really hard to dive into the heliocentric model with them because they really don't know it at all. They don't know anything about it. You like ask them just very simple questions like, where is Venus in your model? Where Copernicus presented how many planets when he in his first model? None of this stuff. They don't even know the basics. They scratch the surface. They'll get these, like that. Who's that guy who's just recent? Oh, Brian Keegan, or Kagan, or whatever. He just straight out said in the video that the moon is like 270,000 miles away. I go, dude, that's not even right. If you think the moon, like, where do you get that number from? You just misspoke.
Dude, whatever comes up on Google, the first thing that's at the top on Google. So if some website that's popular, because how Google search engine works and how you get to the top, if it's not like something that's paid ads, some website can be popular, put down the wrong information, and then everyone or 50% of the people in America will run around parroting that number. That's wrong. And say, frickin' call you a science denier because they're quoting the wrong number.
Yeah, they don't even know it. Like, how'd you figure that out? They read from this website. Well, that website has a misprint. Now you have to change your full worldview because it was all based on a misprint.
What are they going to do when ChatGPT starts disagreeing with Google?
Oh, it's going to cause, yeah.
They won't know what to think.
Yeah, some serious cognitive dissonance going on there. They'll have one page open and ChatGPT tells them X, and Google says, like Y, and they'll just ping pong back and forth, and then until their head explodes. But ChatGPT is science. But Google's all the information of humanity. Well, just go back and forth until they can't square that, or say just accept the the contradiction.
Google linked me to CNN with some people that say that there's likely other planets out there somewhere with water on them, and maybe they might be like Earth. Yeah, there's too many maybes for me, buddy. What was their data? Data? What the fuck's that? I don't need no data. I got CNN.
I love the discussion you guys bring about the flat Earth and the globe Earth and all that. But my very favorite is actually those planets they discover in supposedly other solar systems. The best resolution pictures of them are like 12 pixels large. Like it's the deviation of gravity of a star behind that star they think they're
Oh, I thought it was
looking at.
1 to 9 pixels, not 12. You're overshooting it right now.
Yeah, well, they're
the 12
seeing the
pixels is the
deviation that light
star.
they expect to see, right?
Yeah, the 12 pixels is the star. The planet is like a differently shaded pixel within that.
And very often, the scientists will find out later, no, we were actually off. This is actually in a galaxy, so it can't be a planet. It's galaxy size, not the solar system size.
It's so funny to see the images that they conjure up, that they only look at like a few pixels, and then conjure up an image of a spherical exoplanet very far away in another galaxy. And they were only looking at like a few pixels. How did they derive that from that?
Yeah, and then there's assumptions based on the average EM spectrum that comes out of that direction. They'll say, okay, so there's probably more hydrogen here, so this planet probably has water.
Yeah, so they're
None of
using
this stuff makes sense, really.
they're using false, like they're not using real spectroscopy, but what they do when they use spectroscopy, they somehow translate that to what they're looking at in the sky instead of in a controlled environment with the containment of individual gases, and they're deriving that from how things, well, even not even just light, some everything kind of emits light. So if you look at something like land, that it'll emit, like if through a certain device, it'll emit some sort of light. So that's the kind of thing that they're doing to conjure up these images.
That's crazy. What is what Indy?
Yeah, man. That's an amazing pixel, man. 100%. definitely just like Earth. That pixel. If you were where that pixel was and took a picture back at Earth, its pixel would just look like exactly like that pixel.
It's pixel perfect. Checkmate, flat earthers.
It's so crazy the things that we
You
have
turn
to.
it diagonally and color it red, it'd be like the Mario sign. You guys don't know.
Look, I mean, they just yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Mario Brothers? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
These guys would say Minecraft because they're square in Minecraft. Sun and the moon. They're big square.
Yep, yep.
We could say,
I
you know what I'm gonna
just
say?
can't
I'm gonna say that
believe-
proves flat Earth because it's a square sun. That's.
I can't believe though that he literally read that out loud. Like, cause the last dude that the second to last dude I asked to read that out loud, he literally omitted the entire sentence where it says a really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. He skipped that whole line. So this dude read the whole thing and still was like, "Yeah, I don't get what you're saying."
Yeah. How? No, he said like, "How's that a problem?" or something.
Like, dude, you were just arguing that. I don't,
His argument is, you are looking at it from different angles, and it would always look like a circle, and that's fine. The problem is that it shouldn't look like you're looking at it from two different angles from the same viewpoint. Which he said doesn't make any sense. Which you're right. It doesn't make any sense because that's not what should happen. But if it's very far away, it would happen. Someone must have DM'd him that because I find it hard to believe he argued, for 40 minutes and didn't think of the distance thing. But the thing is, they get the distance from
Right.
that parallax that they don't observe. So so the distances Mars was, worked out using the theory of orbits and something called proper motion, and that was worked out by Cassini. So it wasn't made from measuring parallax, in case anybody wants to know. Nothing was made from measuring parallax. They're all constructed out of the heliocentric theory, right? They're not like, oh, we got the distance, we're going to guess the distance of Venus and Sun, and then they build the whole thing. Well, if the Sun is this far away, and then Mercury should be this far away, they had a whole law, it was called the Titus-Bode law, and they constructed the entire solar system, all the distances and the sizes from that. Then, that got broken by Neptune, which wasn't supposed to exist. And Globers try to use that as evidence for the heliocentric model. Look, or Newton or gravity. Look, they found Neptune using the inverse square law or whatever. Like, no, they didn't. It actually falsified their previous model, which was the Titus-Bode law, which said nothing should be there, but there was something there. Anyway, the evolution thing, that was the craziest shit I ever heard, man.
Mm-hmm. I was like, what a weird flex.
What, like, how? No, it's for real. It shows like you can take evolution and construct any possible story in your imagination and justify it using, well, this only happened because, nature wanted it to happen, because if nature didn't want it to happen, it would have never happened.
He
Hey,
has zero
bro.
humility.
My favorite evolution story is why chicks have boobs. It's hilarious.
Oh God, do I want to hear this?
The real question is, does the
Does it
audience want
involve
to hear
Leah
it?
Thompson?
Well, does she have boobs though?
I want to hear the boobs evolution story.
Maybe. That's a definite maybe.
That is a definite maybe.
Where's
You
proof
gotta
of
remember what
curvature? Where's
server
the
we're
proof
on.
of
Everything
curvature?
is maybe here. Everything is maybe on that topic.
Proof of curvature is not boobies.
All right. So since there's a lady present, do you want to hear?
I don't know. I'll go with it's a hard maybe.
All right. So everyone knows that maybe means yes and no means no, except when no means yes. And if you don't know when no means yes, then you don't know.
Nice.
So the story goes, right, that we used to be primates on all fours, and we mated from the reverse position, just like primates, right? And you know how some of these monkeys they have big rumps, which indicates that they're fertile, right? So they have like butts that are quite round and voluptuous butts, right? And so for some reason, the monkey ladies wanted the men to mate with them face to face. So they started to develop breasts to look like butts so that when guys saw their chest butts, they would be turned on to come at them from the front rather than from behind. Yes, my friend.
Yo.
That is how it
No.
happens.
No.
And I didn't make that up. I did not make that up. I read that from some stupid, retarded evolution retard.
I think I heard that shit before too. That not exactly. It wasn't that much detail. Is that they just evolved that feature because it resembled that form because it resembles the derriere, let's call it, right? Their butts. So the butts became sexually attractive, and then to become more sexually attractive, you grew bigger boobs, right? So now you have two butts, which are better than one butt, obviously, if you're sexually attracted to butts.
Yeah, and this has actually been experimentally validated through memology. So if you study memology, you'll find many memes that show a very attractive set of boobs, but then they zoom out and it's actually a guy's butt.
Actually, being attracted sexually to butts is a parasitic infection based on the life cycle of the parasites trying to complete the life
Whatever,
cycle.
dude.
The
Whatever.
next host.
Well, dude, hold on a second, friend. You
That
could
makes
make an
more sense than
argument.
what the other guy said.
Right, but you could make a social argument that being attracted to a woman at all is being attracted to a parasite.
Whoa, snap.
Fucking ouch, man. Shots fired.
Hey, I didn't say that.
I'm just kidding, of course.
Sure you are.
Just kidding. Sign this prenup.
So you guys, you know how Globers will DM folks sometimes, and you don't know why, because all they want to do is DM you and be mean.
Yeah.
Like Professor
what'd you
Phil,
get?
though.
Like, Based Shapiro, he sent me today. He was like, "Is that you in the photo? What a dork!" And I sent him my poor dorky face. And what's funny is that his about me is treat others the way you would like to be treated.
Wow.
Yeah, tell them to
Dude,
fix it. Add accept flat earthers.
I guarantee you, if you gave him a
What?
spoof OnlyFans, he'd subscribe.
Oh,
And
no
pay
doubt.
like the top dollar.
Yeah, no doubt.
These
Wait, if what?
hypocrites.
If you had an OnlyFans, he'd subscribe to it.
Oh, no, hold on. I said spoof OnlyFans. So basically, you have to pay to get behind the paywall, and when you get behind, it's just Rickroll. Boop a doop boop a doop a doop.
There you go.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Hey, Base Shapiro is my friend. He told me that he likes, out of all the flat earther retards in all walks of life, all races, all countries, you are the only Latin flat earth schizo. Yeah.
So listen, I am going to refute the double butt evolution theory with my own evolutionary hypothesis. So here it is. Now, people that have missionary position sex are more likely to be killed by wild animals and other, hazards because they're facing each other. But if you're doing it from behind, you can both look around while you're doing it and look out for danger. So there's no way missionary could evolve faster than doggy style.
I don't know, dude. I think doggy style seems more intuitive to me, bro. I mean, dogs do it, like, and they have like the knowledge of like, you know, they do it, bro, without thinking, bro. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
well,
like an
I mean,
instinct.
did you hear about the chest butt thing that we were talking about? Did you hear all that?
No.
Oh, okay. So evolutionary theory is that women evolved breasts because they look like a butt, right? And that's how people supposedly used to mate from behind. So women evolved breasts that look like a butt so that they could mate from the front.
What difference would that make?
Well, because AI is the one who read it, man, not me.
Because as
Not
pair
dude. What about a
bonding,
woman with small tits, bro? Like that doesn't look like a butt, dude. That looks like goddamn peck. Do men develop pecs because they're it's like a butt?
dude,
I don't
this
get it.
is the point. Listen, friend. The whole point of this exercise is that evolutionists can just make up any story about how anything happened. That's the point.
No, they can make a reasonable prediction. I mean, we obviously don't know why.
Like
Like
what?
the reason why we evolved, like we evolved, like or we like certain traits, like this got picked over, like over time.
That's a post-diction. That's not a prediction. Your prediction where you would like predict something to happen in the future, but making up a story to explain something in the past, that's a post-diction.
But yeah, but
But you can make up any story to explain anything that happened, right? And say, this is evolutionary more favorable. Well, how do you know that? Because it happened.
Well, I think you're getting caught up with like evolutionists talking about like development of certain traits, like for like stupid fucking like traits that don't even I don't know why people are even like discussing. Like some people think that the reason why people from the Middle East develop thicker eyebrows is because it helps you keep the sand out. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's a good example. Dumb shit like that. There's no evidence for any of that crap, man. It's really sad. The reason we're talking about because dude came in here and I asked him why do stars look like they're infinitely far away and they look like there's not infinitely far away. What I said was you can't tell the distance by looking at them, but when you look at terrestrial objects, you can. And he appealed to evolution to explain that. It was the craziest shit I ever heard.
really?
Yeah, really.
What do you say? Like, how would he appeal to
He
evolution
said,
on Earth?
we didn't evolve to look at the stars. We evolved to look out for dangers in the terrestrial world because we need to know the distance because we're chucking spears. So we're not throwing spears at the stars. But I'm actually being sarcastic. It's not
He
identically
said
to what he
almost
said.
like 70-80% of exactly that, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like adding a little spice to it. He didn't mention any spears.
Hey, I got a question. Is there any optic that's organic that actually creates a resolved image that has a non-angular field of view?
Excuse me? Say that again?
It's not possible. Talking about not angular field of view.
That's what I was thinking.
No, say that again.
Caveat at the end had me because I was going to answer, but then he said that at the end.
Oh, brother, check it out. So, in theory, this is the way it goes. So I'm answering your question, bud. I'm answering your question. Okay. So I parsed it out the way I did because there are quote unquote optical sensors that are like they don't resolve an image. They just sense certain types of light, right, to inform the creature. Like they call it like a I don't know, like let's just say a vision dot or something. So a sensitive part of the skin that can sense changes in light, right? But it doesn't resolve an image for the creature to see anything. It just says bright light, and he goes, "Oh, I run away," or whatever. And so supposedly these little light sensitive spots on the skin over time developed into
an eyeball,
like the most advanced optic with angular field of view and all of these RGB sensors and rods and cones and the ability to formulate images and to flip them upside down and all these advanced optical techniques.
Yeah.
However, We have an angular field of view. Most optics do. But you can create an optic that can resolve an image with a non-angular field of view. So, for example, they have these in manufacturing. So they have these optical scanners that create what essentially looks like a photograph, but all the light comes in collimated. So it takes a near perfect non-perspective image of the object so it can measure it in a sense and then know how it's coming along in the manufacturing process. But the final image looks just like a photograph without perspective.
Please
It looks like an orthographic diagram. That's what they look like.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Can I see this? Do you have
I can't remember the name of the lens. Are they called confocal lenses or something like that?
It's something like that. It's
Hold on, I'll try and find it.
We used to post it all the time because back in the day.
Flat?
Yes, it is. So we
How
used
do
to
I- how
post
do I
that all
know
the
that?
time. Because
Have you been
water's flat,
outside
it covers
before?
70%.
I've been
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah, have
Yeah.
you?
Everybody's been out. Everybody's been outside. I think.
Was it
right?
flat out there or was it curving?
Was it flat? You're right. It was flat. I agree. Yeah. I mean, there.
Yeah, okay. Then there you go. What else do you need to know? Someone muted him. Anyway. Okay.
Oh man, poor guy. So we used to post these all the time because Lepizzle used to have this globe-proof flat Earth killing argument, which is all the light of the sun comes in parallel. And if I had one of these types of cameras, I could take a photo of the sun and prove that it comes in parallel because I'd have the sun in this orthographic photo. The problem with his claim, which I'm sure everyone in here who's intelligent and quick understands, is that in order to take a picture of the sun with a non-angular field of view, you would have to have a camera equal to the size of the sun.
Yeah, that's right. I remember all that, dude. You reminded me. Yeah, the lens has to be at least the size of the part to take the pic. Like in the machine,
Correct.
in the machine scenario, the lens has to be the size of the part.
Yep. So for Elijah's benefit, the error he was making. So I actually have a lens in my hand right now that I just picked up, which you can't see, but it's approximately 1.5 inches wide, right? So if I had this type of lens and I was looking at something, I could only see an exact immediate representation of 1.5 inches. So I'm looking at my soup can. My soup can's 5 inches tall. So I wouldn't be able to see the whole soup can. I'd only be able to see the top or the bottom. I'd have to choose one or the other. Now, the benefit of actually using angular field of view is that I can have a small lens and I can have a wide field of view. So, for example, I'm looking through the small lens right now, and the soup can is actually smaller in angular size than the width of the lens. So it's very efficient to get the most amount of visual information of your surrounding environment to have a small lens with a wide field of view, right? So the question I had is, like, why is there no creature that has a non-angular field of view? You'd think there'd be at least one. Because you could imagine an evolutionary process where the creature darts its eye around to scan the environment. And some creatures actually do that even with an angular field of view. They dart their eyes around. For example, that's one of the reasons why chickens move their heads to get stereoscopic vision, because their eyes can't, like, they have a dead zone in the angle, so they have to move their head side to side, and that's what gives them the ability to swing their field of view to create a continuous image. In
Wait,
principle,
is that a
going-
joke about them sticking cameras on chickens' heads now to get like that stabilized image?
No, dude, the chicken does it, bro.
Wow.
Auto gimbal.
Yeah. It's, by the way, I found it's a telecentric lens. I posted a diagram.
Yeah, I got rid of my gimbal. When I go snowboarding, I usually just sit a chicken on my helmet, glue his feet to the top, and we're good.
Yeah. So I want to focus again on the error that our friend Lepizzle was making, which is this. He was thinking that he could get one of these lenses, which all the light comes in parallel, and then take a picture of the entire sun, which would require perspective, which requires an angular field of view. So that is literally how confused that kid was. And for some reason, he thought he was going to marry Pumpkin. But I will submit this to the audience.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I know there is.
Well, here's the joke. Pumpkin disappeared. Lapizzle disappeared approximately the same time. We've
Did the
never
sun
heard from them
disappear?
again. But maybe they're happily married somewhere.
Maybe, but Pumpkin came back. Pumpkin was she was under a new name. She was running some right. Was that Pumpkin? Yeah, it wasn't Pumpkin. Maybe I was just confused.
We're gonna see them on a like the documentary with their heads in the shade, like those old style documentaries. So, how long have you guys been together? 20 years. We have to hide in the shadows because I'm a globe earther and she's a flat earther, and if people hate us.
Who runs the Quranic Truthers Discord? I thought Pumpkin ran that.
No, that is a girl named Pumpkin, but that is a white girl, and Pumpkin is most clearly a black girl.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. Hard to tell there's someone's color over the internet.
Sounds like they didn't make it
Yes.
home before midnight.
Fucking hate that Chinese motherfucker, Elijah. That picture, your profile picture's fake, man. I know you're Chinese. Now I sound like Shekel. Shekel, there's no way he's from frickin' Iraq, man. He's the whitest dude on our server. Have you seen him? Have you seen pictures of Shekel?
I don't think I have.
Dude, he's like if you went into the whitest white town, like Larry Bird would be like, "Damn, you white boy."
Oh snap!
Yeah, he's white, and he looks like a white boy, right? He like if you went to any normal suburban town and saw a kid riding their bike up the street, just some random white kid, that's what Shekel looks like. That's why he always calls me Chinese, because he's mad that he's the whitest Arab in the world. No,
Yeah,
there was a little action, little fireworks.
Oh, I got some action for you, brother. If you want some action, you want some? I'll give you some.
Action.
Getting weird.
Yes, it's the kind of it's let's just call it a little in-house critique. How about that? So
critique.
yeah, so there's this old meme and way of arguing that flat earthers used to have, and some other people that aren't flat earthers, but it basically is about debunking dinosaurs. And the claim goes like this: look at dinosaurs, bro. Look at their limbs, and then how in the world did they do it? Therefore, they didn't exist. And then they take these little dinosaur models and they say, look at this. This ain't going to work. This is retarded. But I would submit to you that there's many ways that a organism can mate with its female counterpart or its male counterpart, right? That don't involve traditional methods that we think of today. But even some today actually decry this thing. So, for example, if you take a turtle, right? You look at turtles and you're like, wait a minute, how do they do it? Well, I'll submit to you, if you ever want to be scared and have nightmares, go ahead and look up what a turtle's bazinga looks like, and be warned, it's like straight out of the movie Aliens.
Imagine what a Bronchiosaurus Zinga looks like. Gotcha, bitch.
So here's the thing that's I was just now that you bring it up, like dinosaur sex. You know, I've watched animals, you know, do their thing. So if you watch animals, like what do they do? Like from the time the sun comes up to the time the sun comes down, they're just fucking around doing their thing and what did a dinosaur like do all day? And like, what did it do? Because they had dinosaur eggs, right? So say I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So what do most reptiles do and lizards do with their eggs, right? They dig a hole in the sand and then they bury them, right? Because they can't incubate them. They don't incubate them like birds. I can't see a a dinosaur building a nest and like sitting on a bunch of eggs. But I also can't see it digging a hole in the ground and throwing its eggs in it. So what the hell is going on with that? They didn't give live birth, so how does any of that work? Got a paleontologist in here?
Dude,
You need to hear the
it's
lore.
Spoiler. Spoiler.
it's
It
obvious.
doesn't.
It's obvious. It's called the protostork.
The protostork. This is a family program. It was the protostork.
I'm still waiting for one viable hypothesis from paleontology.
Good luck.
I have a viable hypothesis. You ready? Oh no, I need you to be ready.
I'm ready.
Yes.
It's going to be the
I
sound of the
Alright.
toilet flushing.
fumbling over the mute button. My bad.
No, hold on. If paleontology, therefore funding.
That's right. That checks out.
Yeah, that does.
If paleontology, therefore globe.
That's wrong.
Well, most so-called science is supported by the public, right? So whatever that science happens to be needs to have some popular appeal. So if you really like, this is for all the wannabe scientists in the chat that want to make be wealthy and famous off of their scientific endeavors. You need to popularize it. You need to get out there. You need to write some books, write some fiction, make it imaginative. You know, so that like you really want to get it into schools so that the kids think it's kind of fascinating. I mean, because everybody's fascinated by dragons. So like, you know, let's change that to dinosaurs. And people will demand more research. When the public demands more research, then Congress is going to allocate more money to the universities. And the universities are going to give it out to the people that promote the frickin' narrative, right? That sells more books, right? And it's a big freaking loop of economic churn that has literally no purpose to humanity. Well, think about it. Even if everything they said about dinosaurs is true, what purpose does it serve? What good is it? Oh, now that we know that the dinosaurs were killed by asteroids, we need to find asteroids in space and figure out how to blow them up. So now we need even more money because we don't want to die from an asteroid like the dinosaurs. Jesus Christ, dude. Scam. It's a grift, dude.
You just like hit the nail on the head for real.
And now imagine that NASA is nothing more than the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex.
That's a good description.
All I'm thinking about is what I can dig up and it's going to hit us from space.
Are you telling me they weren't wiped out by disease?
Yeah, the Europeans came.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dinosaurs.
Oh no, brother. Hold on, man. You're mistaken. That is hemorrhoids, not asteroids.
Right.
See, the dinosaurs died because they didn't have, you know, the thing to stab into them. And if they had dinosaur doctors, they'd still all be here.
Yeah, I know why the dinosaurs all died out. It's because they didn't trust the science.
They didn't have a Tyrannosaurus Rex Fauci. Fucking poor dinosaurs. They're missing out, man.
It probably is that they didn't do enough deworming. They probably died of parasites. All of them.
You never fail, Jimsy.
Dude, like, listen, there's a lot of parasites in reptiles, man. They're nasty things.
If Fauci was a dinosaur, wouldn't he be the one with like the neck that pops out like Like an umbrella that spit the shit in the fat guy's face in Jurassic Park. You and Lies. Is there any artists in here that could draw that for me?
Probably. You could just have an AI do it for you. But also, that old show, Dinosaurs, man, that was one of the best shows.
Not the Mama?
Yeah,
Not the
not
Mama,
the
yeah.
Mama.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one of the worst shows, Dinosaur Train. That what a horrible, like, bad CGI, bad writing. Everything was horrible. Maybe you guys like. It's a kid show that was
Yeah.
on PBS. It's just
I had to
so
watch that with
horrible.
my son as well. They mixed up all their Cretaceous and things like that. Mixed them all up into one. Those things are just made up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, just from a cinematic viewpoint, the thing was just horrible. The writing, the voice acting, the graphics, story. Like, no story even made sense or had a moral to it. It's dumb.
Jurassic, Triassic, Cretaceous.
Ugh, don't do it. They'd sing that shit, right? They'd sing it on the train.
Well, your
They
girl
literally
started out. Your girl started out singing the "I Love You, You Love Me" Barney tune, and now I'm singing "Lovesick Blues." So
close enough. How many people, how many kids do you think watch Dinosaur Train and eventually become paleontologists because they were in?
I kind of wonder if I became a flat earther because I was so influenced by Star Trek. Seriously. I was such a nerd, just still am a space nerd. I mean, look at what video games I play.
Yeah, the first movie I ever saw was Star Wars. Original Star Wars. I was like 5 years old. That was the very first movie I ever saw. And like back then, like, so we're talking about the late 70s. So back then there was a lot of space stuff. So there was the 600-Hour Man. There was Apollo freaking propaganda everywhere on TV. There
Lost in
was
Space.
Space 1999, Battlestar Galactica, fucking. I mean, I guess they had time travel too, like Land of the Lost, but that's
Buck
like
Rogers.
dinosaurs. Yeah, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, like in all the movies too. So it's like,
Black Hole.
Black Hole, dude, with the freaking crazy robot. Remember? Like the
Right,
red
the
robot.
R2D2 ripoff. Yeah.
Yeah, the R2D2 rip up, dude. They made toys of that shit. I used to think that they were so cool. Like, remember they had like the busted one, the one that got all damaged and stuff. Like you could buy that as a toy, and it had like a broken leg on it, like a broken whatever that thing
I
was.
wish I had that. That would have been cool.
Bro, you messed up the instructions, dude. You're supposed to tell the AI to make me a picture of Fauci that looks like a dinosaur, not how do dinosaurs mate.
I gotta see what you're talking about. Weird.
You know, so occasionally when I walk around, you know, so I'm in a city, I see lots of people all the time. Occasionally, you know, I see like, you know, maybe once or twice a week, I'll see somebody wearing a NASA t-shirt, a NASA t-shirt, and never once have those people been in physically good shape, been buff, looked like they had anything going on, clean, combed hair. They always look like the most disheveled Cheeto munchers that you'll ever see. So pay money to buy a NASA t-shirt.
Dumb people trying to look smart.
Bingo.
Look how smart I am. Like, there's all these like scientists, and there's like these astrobiologists.
I actually seen a dude with a NASA jacket, so it was like a dude. The jacket probably cost like $200. Like, there's something wrong with you. And like I said, they didn't look like they had their shit together. So it's not like they're rich and they're just like, I'm at the NASA place. I'm just gonna buy a T-shirt. I'm a millionaire anyway, right? They don't look like that. They look like every last penny they had went into buying whatever NASA gear they're wearing.
That's funny, Indio. I took a photo of a guy in a 7-Eleven about a month ago and posted it on 24/7. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, did he look
had
like
the
what I'm
bomber.
talking about?
Yeah, the bomber jacket. Yeah.
Man, that's somebody that goes out of their way.
Yeah, exactly. If you gotta no, that's like you're such a nutcase, right? Like your girlfriend, if you have one, the one you pay, or like, or your mom or something buys that for you, or they buy that for you for like Christmas, and because you can't afford to buy it yourself. I mean, buying $250 freaking acid jacket.
You know, a lot of people that I see wearing NASA where I live here in Alabama are not chunky,
You're
slobbering
near the
looking.
Huntsville stuff. Isn't there like a rocket thing there or something?
Yeah.
Or like,
I just posted it in the. I just posted the photo I took of this guy. I just snuck a photo in. I was standing right next to him.
oh my god, dude! You know how much that cost? He might have put the patch on himself. What a wannabe! Why are you wearing that?
He was
I'm gonna
waiting
be
in
an
line for
astronaut someday.
for
I'm
a
going
dollar
to space.
coffee.
He thinks he's going to space, man. I guarantee it. This
Look
guy's
what
trying to
the-
be an astronaut.
Look what the tag says on the side. Remove before flight or something. That red tag.
Wow,
Like a
that's the
ripped cord or
That's the Air Force insignia too, like right at the beginning.
Yeah, well, he's got an American flag on his shoulder. You're in Australia. Like what?
Yeah.
So think about it being in Alabama, people having NASA T-shirts in Alabama, because you guys have like a tourist center there. I remember,
Yeah,
like,
we do.
yeah, when I lived in Georgia when I was a kid, they did a couple field trips there. I didn't go. I don't know why I didn't go. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
It's like the uh space and aeronautics like center or something like that.
Yeah, they take all the kids there to brainwash them, but I never went there, which is kind of weird because because our whole class went twice, if I remember right. But you know, there's got to be like tons of T-shirts that say NASA on it in Alabama that come out of that place, right?
Yeah, but there's also NASA t-shirts at Walmart. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, you know, extra. They're like, oh, these are all our old ones from last year. Let's just give these away and throw them. Like, we'll bring them to the Salvation Army or something, right? Down the street, and then they'll circulate through the whole state. People are like, oh, that's cool. Oh, my boyfriend's got a Nasha T-shirt. Like when I leave him, I'm gonna steal it, and then they just fucking end up everywhere.
Well, a lot of the times I get clothes from like my close friends. Like when they want to get rid of their clothes, they ask all of us if we want to, look through them, thumb through the clothes, and uh, pick what we want out or whatever. Or sometimes they'll just give us a bag of clothes and be like, "Here, if you don't want the rest, just send it to Goodwill or whatever." And one of my friends gave me such bag of clothes, and it had a NASA T-shirt in it, and I didn't do anything but throw that bitch away in the garbage.
People do that same thing here with the clothes, and here when people do it, they're not actually trying to help you. They're just trying to avoid having to take care of it themselves, and they're trying to get you to do it. Oh yeah, here, just look through these clothes. Take them to the Salvation Army if you don't want them. No, dude, you take them to the Salvation Army because whenever the clothes that they give you are shit. Like, you know what
Well,
I mean?
also my friend that did that gave me that bag of clothes, she's always talking about how she'll never wear the same thing twice or
Oh, one of those,
more
yeah.
than twice. Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? I wear the same thing like all week. Like I rotate the same things every week.
Especially here, there was a place called I hope it got shut down because of COVID. That shit was business real. Something like the clothing warehouse, and they sell clothing by the pound. So it's like a Salvation Army, right? So you can go there, you can sell your clothes, you can buy clothes. But they also have like the clothes that don't sell. They like throw it into a big fucking pile in this middle of the huge room, and you pay for it by the pound. So you buy and this is a college area. So like when they move out and they go back to California or wherever they're from, they just throw everything they freaking owned onto the fucking street. They're only bringing a suitcase, and so there's just like junk everywhere. Whenever the college ends or the semester changes, or it's constantly like this. So like clothes, like could clothes is the one thing they're not running out around here anytime soon.
I don't know. If we went to war with China, I think we'd run out of underwear and socks real fast.
Well, come to
What's
Cambridge.
funny
We
is
got piles of them.
those the NASA shirt that my friend had put in that bag of clothes. It's one of those shirts that you could easily tear. It's really thin.
Yeah, all the new clothes. Like I guess like on eBay, like people sell like vintage '80s T-shirts just because they're better made, right? The thicker cloth. It's not like T-shirts now, man. You could like take one hand and just rip them off your body. The stitching's cheap. The freaking cloth is cheap. Everything's cheap. It's like
Yeah,
almost like single-use clothing.
yeah. This T-shirt, a strip of Scotch tape could have messed up the threading. I mean, it was so thin.
Oh wow. Yeah, they don't make them like they used. They say. But I heard about 5 years ago that there was some trend going around that like people, because of the cheap quality of the clothing, the inferior quality, that people were trying to like go to Salvation Armies, Goodwills, eBay, Craigslist, looking for T-shirts, especially like T-shirts and blue jeans that were made like in the late '90s or early '90s, '80s, even the '70s, because the quality of them was so much better. Back when we used to have textile mills in America before we sent them all over to the East, Africa, and wherever we sent.
Everything is just meant to make more money than you spend creating whatever you're selling. And to a degree that they would make paper thin clothes and sell them and be able to make them trendy. Trends don't happen organically.
Well,
Just
I
like a
mean,
lot of things that people think doesn't happen organically.
it's like you brought what you just brought up. Like companies don't want a secondhand market because then people don't buy the new thing, right? So if you make it so the thing gets destroyed from use, then they have to buy a new T-shirt that you can sell them, and somebody at a lower level can't sell a used T-shirt for half the price, right? Because that's a sale that you're not going to get as the T-shirt company. If I sell one person a T-shirt, right, and when they don't want that T-shirt no more, they just sell it to somebody for half the price. Now, I can sell that person that T-shirt, but the second person that needed a T-shirt, they're not buying a new T-shirt. So I didn't instead of selling 2 T-shirts, I sold 1. So they don't like that. So have you heard this before? Did you know that car seats expire?
Yes.
Baby car seats.
Yep.
It's now listen to this. It's actually not a law that car seats expire. They tried to pass it as a law, but the Federal Trade Commission said that that's a bunch of bullshit. They don't expire. They're not food, right? But their argument was that the plastic gets weak from being in the sun and the babies weren't risked, even though there was no evidence for any of that shit. They just claimed it. And they did this so to eliminate a secondhand market. So if the car seat expires after 3 years, then you can't resell it to somebody else, right? Because now you have an expired car seat, and you typically new mothers are very paranoid, and nobody's gonna go look into whether this expired car seat thing is bullshit or not. So they're just gonna say, well, this car seat's expired. I don't want to buy that one. I'll just buy this one, or I'll buy a new one. Right? They'll buy a used one from somebody else, and they'll buy a new one. They did this to eliminate the secondhand car seat market because people were just, a car seat would last forever. You could sell the same car seat. 20 people, 30 people could use the same car seat. Right?
Yeah.
Your baby's not an infant forever, right? It's an infant for 2 years. You give it to somebody else, or not an infant, right? But like your kid's in a car seat for 18 months, then it's in a booster seat or something, right? At 2 years, they're in a booster seat. Is it 4 years?
Well, it's 4
It
to
goes by
5.
weight. It goes
on
by
how
weight or
small
something
your
now, right?
child is.
Yeah.
Well, I bought okay, we had a car seat that we bought initially for my baby when he was firstborn, that the bottom of it like would hook into the seat and you would just snap and then the car seat into that. That's the first one that I had, and the second one we didn't care about like expiration or anything like that. We cared more about a car seat that would, expand and grow with my son growing.
Yeah.
That you could,
Adjustable, right?
yeah, adjustable to his differing height over time.
Same thing with motorcycle helmets. They expire too. And I was always like, all I need the motorcycle helmet to do is, that 6-foot drop.
Yeah, hard hats also. Hard hats expire apparently.
The question is there any justification for this? Like I can see maybe like a 20-year expiration date. I don't know. I just don't know if there's any justification. For a hard hat, I could probably see that because of the condition you're using it in. You are constantly exposed to elements, and the plastic is relatively thin, and it has an interwebbing, and that webbing has attachment points which could get worn or fucked up. So that I could see. Motorcycle helmet, I don't know about that. But a car seat, definitely not. There's a fucking baby sitting in it. Like, dude, what nothing happened to that thing. The only thing that's gonna happen to that car seat is gonna get thrown up in and shit in. That's it.
So true. Oh my gosh, so true. You just have to wash all of the fabric and wipe everything down.
Dude, my oldest son, man, whenever we took him somewhere in the freaking car, man, He'd be fine the entire time to we're about a block away from the house, and then he'd throw up everywhere. It's fucking pissed me off, dude. It's like, we made it. We made it in like a 6-hour trip. He didn't throw up. Blah.
Yeah, my son was
Like,
the opposite though. It would be just like right after we left, he would.
oh
And there
God.
was nothing we could do about it.
She had to suffer for 8 hours.
Yes, actually, it was 15 hours because
Wow.
we drove to Miami from where I live.
I would have turned around. I would have like, I'll take the extra 45 minutes an hour, man. I'll just turn around, man.
Man, it really it was messed up, man.
Especially depending on what they eat at that age. Like if they're really young, if they're like on formula
He
like
was
curd.
well, he was on he was kind of on formula. I had to quit breastfeeding because I broke my back, sternum, and rib in a car accident 8 months after I had him. So I had to quit breastfeeding after 8 months. So yeah, he was on formula after that.
But I mean, a lot of people they'll supplement breastfeeding, so they're like, like they'll wean them. Like people shouldn't say a lot. My experience is breastfeed for like 12 months and then start weaning off because you're not actually even producing enough fucking breast milk to feed the kid. You know what I mean? Because kids get freaking hungry, man. A lot of women can't even produce enough breast milk. Like as they get older, right, and they weigh more and they have to consume more. A lot of women can't produce enough breast milk to keep up with the kid's appetite. So you
Yeah, I
supplement
didn't
it
have
with
that
formula.
problem.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes that happens. Some women can't even create breast milk. Quite honestly, some women have just problems with it.
I didn't have any problems. It was nice. It was a blessing, honestly. I hated that we had to stop.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I was getting to is depending on what if the kid's on breast milk and throws up, that's not so bad. But formula curdles fast. If the kid throws it up, it's gonna start smelling like a freaking cheese factory in there in like 45 minutes. Especially in Alabama with the heat, man. Oh my God, you must have been dying.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I don't. It was like nearing the end of summer, but once we got to Florida, that didn't matter because it was just really hot in Florida, especially Miami. But I thought the weather out there was just wonderful. Yeah. But yeah, it was a nightmare because as soon as we got to our Airbnb, I mean, we were very fortunate that they had a washer and dryer there, so we were able to wash it and dry everything in the car seat and wipe it down. But we had to drive that way with, yeah, the smell of that in the car. It was awful. But we had brought towels, stuff, so we just lined everything down with towels and tried to clean it up as best as we could because we were far enough away from home that we couldn't go back, but we also, if we, man, it would have been like a 2-hour setback had we gone back.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how bad it is, right?
Yeah. It was
'Cause
bad.
it depends on when it clean. I can't believe I'm talking about this. Depends on the car seat, right? If it's an upright car seat, like not one that lays back, and they throw up, and the throw up gets into the crack, and it goes like down into where the car seat connects to everything, like in the belt, and like all the freaking grooves and cracks, and it's like stuck in there. You're just fucked. You're just you're just screwed because you can't get that out, dude. You literally have to take the whole car seat apart and like hose it off.
Yep, that's what we had to do. We had to wash the lining, and we didn't hose it off, but I had to wipe it down really good in the grooves and like.
Yeah, it's like pain, man. It's like not made to be cleaned. Like, because you know how the buckle, like the seat belt, will come into the car seat and go underneath the in some of them, so it'll go underneath the cushion, the padding. like where that opening is, the vomit like gets in there, then it's all under in between the freaking seatbelt and the freaking car seat, and freaking goes in the cracks of the car. Then it's in like where the seatbelt attachment attaches to the freaking car. It's just God. Yeah, I'm honestly horrified because that shit hasn't happened to me in like freaking 20 years. Still
Well,
horrifying.
it was a while back now. So I've gotten over the trauma. It's all good
Yeah,
now.
I'm not. I'm still there. I need to see a therapist.
Yeah, I'm over the trauma of childbirth, and I had complications and everything. So
Gemsy said, "Go to the car wash." Yeah, you probably go to like you probably just roll down the windows, go to the automated car wash, leave the kid in the seat, you clean the seat, the kid, yourself, and the inside of the car all at the same time.
Once a week.
old parenthood, it's a treat, huh? It really is.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the payoff, man.
I get it every day, man. My son makes me laugh. He's so funny.
Yeah, there's like, yeah, I guess there's. I mean, we'll see. I'm
You're
not.
looking for some larger return income.
I don't know. Yeah, man. Come on. I mean, when like you have one child.
Yeah, I've bore one child.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, my husband has a little girl, and I
Oh, okay.
love her like she's
I thought
mine.
you were talking about your husband.
Well, it's not too far off, but no. No, he has a little girl that she was 2 when he and I, kind of met and got together. So
How old is she?
she's 9.
Got a couple more years left till the sass comes. God
She's
bless
already
you.
got the sass. She seems a lot. I mean,
No, I
not.
mean the sass that can actually get her in trouble. Like
She
you know what I
already
mean?
does that. Yes, I'm telling you, she already does that. She, I don't necessarily want to like give too much away, but her mother lets her have a TikTok, and I'm totally against it because I don't even have a TikTok. I mean, come on. But you know that
Why?
Ford commercial? I don't
Does she
know.
got a cell? Does she own a cell phone?
I don't
At
know
9?
if she has one. I don't know if she has one at home, actually. She has like other devices that she can get on there with though,
Yeah, yeah. I
like
guess that
an
don't matter.
iPad, I guess. Um, she doesn't have one here, especially now.
No,
But
TikTok
she
terms
got
of
on
service
there.
are 14. Not
It,
to cut you off, but it's 14, not 9. You know what
yeah,
I
that's.
mean?
I agree, but I can't. It's not really something that I can just be like, no, you can't do
Yeah,
that because she's got
yeah.
a whole ass other. Her mother can raise her how she sees fit. I mean, we do our best. She's really good when she's here, but there was one thing that she did on that stinking
Oh,
TikTok.
so she don't have primary custody. She does.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
yeah, that's just the way it goes. But we had her, and she did this TikTok of that Ford commercial of what it's got some really nasty things in there. It's got the F word, and she just lipped the F word with the Ford commercial like layover or audio over. What is it called? I don't know. I'm not very good at this or even
Yeah,
describing.
yeah. I know what you're talking about, though, right? They just lip sync, basically, right?
Yeah, but it was like a talking
Voiceover or
a
something.
voiceover. That's it. she flipped the whole voiceover, and it had some really a really bad line, and posted that on her TikTok. Man, let me tell you, that was the quickest way that she will not ever be able to get on any device here while she's here with us now because of that. But I get her dad let her do it. You know, my husband, he let her do it because she's able to do it while she's at home with her mom. And I was just like, I don't like it. Think that she should, but there's nothing really I can do. Now we can because she really messed up. But anyways, I don't think that 9-year-olds
Yeah,
should
I mean,
access.
yeah, she's gonna. I don't have any girls, so it's hard for me to evaluate raising a girl. So, because I haven't done it, raised a few boys, so it's a different problem. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't think. Yeah, I don't think melting it is so bad per se. I mean, it could become that. I don't think once is not a trend, as they say. But like, it's testing in a way. She's trying to see what y'all are tolerate.
well, that wasn't one of the things we tolerate. You had
Well,
to pay to
that's
pay
good
for
then.
it.
Yeah, then that's good then.
I
Because they
just
look like girls mature faster than boys, so boys don't really look for their boundaries until they're like 11 or 12. I think girls start looking at for the boundaries, right? What they can get away with at a much younger age. You know what I mean? The kind of like fuckery they can get along with.
Flat Earth Professor Dude asked me to ask you guys if you could come back to the server.
Yeah, why we hanging out here in this ghetto? I'm a
Okay, that was fast.
So we're here on the Flat Earth Hour. Please call in, Globers, with your best arguments.
Okay. Guys, I'm from Vlad.
Surely you can coax out one of the flat earthers by, stating facts. Sorry, I might have been a bit far from my mic. I said you can probably coax out one of the flat earthers.
Folks, are you
Oh, you said it was quiet when a bunch of people left. I thought you were coming in to speak because you were looking to talk to flat earthers after a bunch of them left. Are you a flat earther yourself?
Are you
You guys
Was that a
both
snore?
Globers?
Jesus Christ.
Is everyone here
yeah.
Glober, dude?
You're a Glover.
Sure.
What makes
Probably my way by which I approach finding truth in the world.
which way is that?
Largely experimentally.
Wait. What experiment that
I spent many years doing fundamental physics experiments to understand kind of building blocks of physics, and then
Like what?
into mechanical engineering.
oh, mechanical
Like what?
engineering, bro. Okay, okay. So there's a
What's your best proof?
there's a
I'm
laser.
curious.
No wait, there's a straight line bend. Mechanical.
I mean, definitionally, if a straight line is a non-bending line, so that's kind of
All right. About lasers, do lasers bend?
they don't bend so much as they can be refracted.
Ho, 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 ho. Are we gonna get into refractive indexes and stuff? Or
We really don't have to, because I doubt
No, we
it'll be a
do
productive
because
conversation.
no. How do you mean? You just brought it up, bro. What do you? You brought up the
You said,
refraction.
"Can they bend?" And I said, "They don't bend so much as they can be
Hey,
refracted." It's
what the
obvious that lasers can be refracted. All light can be refracted. We know this.
You can use a mirror and fucking shit bouncing off a mirror is a
That's
refraction.
reflected.
Okay.
That's a different thing. Reflection and refraction are not the same.
Whatever. Something's fucking bouncing off of something. Doesn't matter. Listen. What I'm trying to tell you, okay? You want to get into refraction, you're gonna have to get into the refractive indexes of shit, right?
Sure.
Right. What is the refractive index at sea level? Yeah, of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere is heterogeneous. It's not going to have just like one
There is a
refractive index.
refractive index of the atmosphere.
Yeah, if you
There
know all of
is.
the qualities of the atmosphere at the time and place you're
Listen.
talking about, then yes, there would be a refractive
not ta-
index, or at least an
we're not-
approximate refractive index that you could be calculated. But
What's
the atmosphere as a
refractive
whole
index
does
at
not have
sea
a
level?
singular refractive index.
I understand it's dynamic. You don't know what the average or the standard, there's a standard refractive index, right? At sea level. Know the number?
Not off the top of my head. It's not something I need to use on a day-to-day basis.
Like 0.0003, like that. Okay, so it's very insignificant. Multiplier is so fucking small, it ain't shit. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the refraction, if there is any refraction, right, in this atmosphere, and it's only one medium, because what refraction actually, you see the effects of refraction when light is passing from one medium to the next medium, right? There's a bending of the light and a certain angle depending on what kind of medium, et cetera, et cetera. We all understand this, right? But we're looking through one fucking medium. Yeah, it's a little bit, it's mostly homogeneous, right? It's like particulates of air would be in the atmosphere, whatever. But it's if anything, it's gonna increase. It's gonna, what do you call it? Attenuate the light. It's not gonna refract the light, right? So the more shit in the atmosphere, chances are it's gonna attenuate the light because of scattering, absorptions, et cetera, right? So, but what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm not fucking adding anything into the atmosphere. Go look it up on Google right now. There's a refractive index at fucking sea level, 0.0003. Right? So it's very fucking insignificant. It barely fucking does anything to the light. That's why for all you fucking globe heads, right? I can see shit way too fucking far. Nothing is bending anything over no goddamn fucking curve, because there's zero fucking refraction through one fucking homogeneous fucking atmosphere. Thank you very much. And then
Have
that's
you?
why lasers. That's why lasers
Okay,
go
sorry.
straight.
Let me know when you're done.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. That's why lasers go fucking straight, right? Right from one point to another, it's gonna be straight, and there's no curving, and that's why we have like fucking instances of like over 40 kilometers, lasers hitting fucking from one target to the next. That's one. That's fucking amateur people. That's amateur hour 40-kilometer laser targeting, right? And if we get into military targeting systems, then then that fucking completely destroys your fucking globe. Sorry to say, Mr. Mechanical Engineer. Okay, you can talk now.
You sure? There's nothing else you want to add on there? You went for a while.
I mean, I can, but I'm done.
Yeah, no,
What?
go ahead. Give me the rest. What are the rest of your thoughts?
Well, what's the rest of my thoughts? What else is there to add? I just fucking destroyed the globe. There's nothing
So if
else
we
to add. I mean,
go
I mean,
way,
if you want,
wait. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. No, you're fucking. No, you're not starting, so go ahead. I'm giving you the chance right now. Start.
Hard to start. Every time I tried to talk, you
Well, then you're
needed
some
to add a
fucking
little bit more and
bitch.
wander a little bit farther from the initial point that I wanted to
No,
address.
no, the point still stands. The line doesn't bend. It's fucking the horizon's flat and level, and that's it. What the fuck?
So
I have no
you
fucking
you
argument.
said,
What are you gonna
oh
argue?
no, sorry. Okay, keep going.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I mean, you said that a lot of times, but then every time I try to start talking, you keep going.
Well, you're telling me I said a lot of fucking things, and you're gonna start putting
Yeah,
words
that
in my
was
mouth?
part of the problem. I
Well, you're gonna
haven't
try and
been
put
able.
words in my mouth? No, because
Okay.
whenever you say fucking I said, then I'm gonna say something on top of what you're trying to fucking put words in my mouth. So start fucking the conversation properly, fucking Glober. I don't
Okay,
need
so
your fucking
just
dumb
just
shit.
for clarity,
Hey,
you
listen.
don't want me
Just
to
again,
refer
before,
to.
no,
Oh
listen,
no,
listen.
sorry. Go
Before we
ahead. Go
start
ahead.
again, yeah, listen. Before
Bro,
we start
you're a New
again, 'cause
Yorker. Calm down.
hey, no, I'm a Russian. Don't worry. How do you know me? I don't even live in New York.
Yeah,
Listen.
fuck you. I'm a Soviet, bitch.
No, я говорю, а ты говоришь по-русски или нет?
Я разговариваю по-русскому,
Да
да.
хуй там говоришь,
Пошел
у
ты
тебя акцент.
нахуй,
А почему у тебя
долбоёб.
такой акцент, бля? Откуда у тебя такой акцент? Ты, бля, татар какой-то, не русский, бля.
Не, я белорус, блин, я в Америке. Ты нахуй,
You said you're not a Russian.
Белорус в
живешь в
You
Америке.
got an
России,
Вот,
долбоёб.
видишь, я говорю, что ты не русский, ты сам, ты говоришь, я русский, а я тебе говорю, что ты не русский, я же слышу по твоему акценту, что ты, блядь, не русский, а ты белорус.
Да,
Ты
я слышу,
белорус,
что
блядь.
по твоему акценту ты нахуй долбоёб россиец какой-то. Дурак. I'm
Я в
still fucking
Казахстане
American,
родился.
bitch. Fuck you. I
You
got a passport and you don't.
Buddy, I live in America too. Relax. You have a passport, buddy. I can get a passport tomorrow. It's not even a fucking issue, bro. Don't worry.
Yo, why do you sound like you straight from like Brooklyn
Why are you
Beach?
so fucking retarded? Why are you so fucking
Why,
stupid about
dude?
your
The shit I've
passport?
been
How
listening
long have
for,
you
the
lived in
shit that
Canada
you've been
for? I mean, how
spouting
long have you
out,
lived
it's
in
so
America
fucking
for?
dumb.
Why are you tripping out, man? You gotta relax.
Jesus, calm down.
Oh, you're a glober. That's why you're a fucking glober.
I mean, you have no degree,
You
I
a
guarantee you. You're
fucking
making fun of the
glober.
mechanical engineer.
Yes, I am. Because I
Yeah,
can.
so what degree do you have then?
Oh, do you really want to know?
No, I don't give a fuck because it's
No, but
dumb
you
degree.
asked. No, trust me. If you're telling me I'm shitting on a fucking mechanical engineer, what do you think I fucking have? Dumb fuck.
Nothing.
Долбоёб, блядь.
Ты, сука,
Trust me,
блин.
I'm a fucking electrical engineer, you stupid shit stain.
Electrical, okay, you know AC/DC, good for you.
No, I don't know
No.
AC/DC is nothing. That's fucking electrical
fucking
engineering.
dumb, bro.
Motherfucker, I fucking been in fucking Intel 8088 processing. I fucking built a whole motherboard fucking together, you dumb fuck, from scratch. Suck my dick.
Thank you.
Stupid fuck.
Да,
You
пошел нахуй.
understand the amount of fucking
можешь идти,
debugging
я
I
не
fucking
пойду.
done? You're crazy. But you're nobody. Hey, listen, you're fucking stupid as fuck, though. I guarantee you that.
So
What
means
degree do you
what
have?
makes you
Hey,
say you're
buddy,
not
what
stupid as
degree
fuck?
do you have? Hey, listen,
You're
buddy,
equally
what degree do
stupid.
you have? What degree do you have, buddy?
You
You
sound
want to
like
compare?
you're a young
What
child
degree?
watching on the fucking
Hey, listen,
Discord.
you're the one that came in here, started screaming like you're fucking somebody.
I didn't scream
Right? So I'm putting.
anything.
Yeah, you did.
I
Hey,
just
buddy,
came in. I came into this
hey, shit
conversation.
stain.
I'm
Hey,
sorry,
shit
and I'm
stain.
out.
Hey, shit
I don't
stain.
fucking talk to
I have it.
retards.
I have it fucking recorded. Don't worry. Everything's recorded. You can go back and check. You fucking shit stain started
Yeah,
yelling
that's
like
how
a
that's
fucking
how I know
retard.
you're a fucking loser. What, you sitting there with
You're a
terabytes of
trash
cards
bag.
recording Discord channels? The
No,
fuck is wrong
I'm
with
not. I'm streaming my game while I'm listening. You know what I mean? You can go check it out. You're a fucking retard, by the way. It's okay. You're a loser. You have nothing else to do. Screaming on Discord.
Oh no, I was going to sleep, but the idiocracy that was happening, I had to actually chime in.
Idiocracy. Then why are you on Discord trying to fall asleep?
Because I use people like you as my ASMR,
You're
so
a
I can fall
fucking
asleep
Glober,
and hear
guy. That's
the
why you're a
idiocy.
fucking
I
Glober.
can slowly learn from
You're
people like
fucking
you.
Glober, bro. See,
Fucking
Globers have this
bro.
cognitive dissonance issue, right? Why do you guys come in here, right? If you think the Earth is the Earth being flat and something so fucking stupid, right? And it's only retards know this shit, right? Why even be around people like us, right?
You want to know why?
Why?
All I had to say was refraction exists, and you've been flying off the handle for 15 minutes.
Nope. I never denied refraction, you stupid fuck. I told you everything about
Bro,
the
you've been
refractive
talking
index.
for the
I
last
gave you the
30
fucking
minutes
refractive
straight.
index number, stupid fuck. Now you have anything else to say? See, Globers, they like to lie and put shit in people's mouths. You know? Good try though. Like I said, I have this fucking recorded, dumb fucks.
I could
Bro,
go
the
back
only
and
thing that you
listen.
put in your mouth is dick, bro.
I never denied refraction. You just told me I was denying refraction. You
I said
idiot.
no. I didn't say that. I said
yeah,
I
you did.
said refraction exists, and you've been flying off the handle for 15 minutes. I haven't said anything else because every time I say something, you start flying off the handle again. I haven't even completed another sentence until just
Refraction
now.
exists. How when you just see the way you fucking worded it, you stupid shit. I mentioned refraction exists, and you've been flying off the handles. Nobody's been flying off the handles. I'm very fucking calm.
Oh,
Actually, I'm
sorry.
cooking dinner
I
and
was
shit.
mistaken. This is
It's just
totally
the way I
normal, calm
talk.
behavior.
Yes, actually, in my life, this is exactly fucking normal and calm. That's what you don't understand. See, little beta cuck bitches.
What
like you
what
don't
did I say
understand
that
what
was
reality is.
objectionable to you?
Nothing objectionable. Go fuck yourself. That's what you said. I don't need nothing from you. Objectionable.
That's fine. I'm not
Go
trying to
fuck
give you
yourself.
anything.
Trying to give me. I'm not trying to give. Yes, listen, buddy. You started talking, bro. Started talking.
You seemed to want somebody to talk to. So I thought I would start, but what you wanted was
You
someone to
started
tip you
probing
off
it.
so you could really just
dumb-
run with
dumb
it.
bitch. I
You didn't
remember
even
exactly-
really need me to say anything.
What happened? Yes, Frost. Yo, the funny
Oh.
thing is what happened. The funny thing is what happened was you thought I was a Glober, right? In the beginning too. That's why I was like, I try to play you too. That was funny as fuck. You thought I was a Glober, and you try to set everything up. You need Glovers.
What did I try to set up?
Argue for you, buddy. I have it all recorded.
What did I try to set? Then tell me, what did I try to set up? Go
wanna
back,
talk
watch
to
it,
these
listen to the
good
tape.
people.
Hey, go back,
Yeah,
Frost.
you tried-
Frost,
you
go back,
tried-
listen to the
you
tape.
tried
Tell
it.
me.
You
Play my voice
tried.
back to me.
Hey, why you
Play it
trying to
back to me.
interrupt me now?
Go ahead, you have the
Trying to
recording.
interrupt me. Yeah, hold on.
Don't just make something up. Go back and play it. Bring it.
Hold on, let me
Bring the
fucking-
fucking receipts.
You
Bring
wanna-
them.
You want to hear your own recording?
Yeah,
Hold
bring
on,
bring
give
the
me a second.
receipts. You
Don't
gonna say shit
trip,
like that?
bro.
Bring receipts.
Don't trip.
He's a
Don't
troll,
trip.
bro.
Go for
Don't even
trip.
waste
Hold
your
on.
breath.
Don't trip. Let me fucking rewind it. Don't trip. Hold on.
Go for it.
You fucker. Trip. I gotta turn on the speaker and everything. It's not that easy.
No rush. I'm not going anywhere.
2 seconds. You know what? Twitch is faster. Oh, 2 seconds. Hear that?
Yeah, I can hear the echo.
2 seconds. No, I got fucking 8 streams going. I got all kinds of recordings. Don't worry.
You get all the time in the world to figure this out.
Don't worry. Not the buddy. Use my streams. I just fucking show. Buddy, the actual
what's going
stream.
on,
My
Taylor?
stream's actually live on my fucking link tree. If you really don't believe me, go on my link tree and everything's there.
What is he spouting about?
I'm not doubting anything you're saying.
You were just
here.
doubting me, bro. Prove it.
What is he-
Prove it. Prove you're recording this. Prove that I'm a fucking dumb
I
fucking
didn't.
Glober.
Who are you
Yeah.
talking to? I didn't say any of that.
So, what is he accusing you of saying?
I don't even know. I'm curious if you can play it back to me so I can hear what it is that I said that he finds so objectionable.
This is funny as shit.
Hey,
I'm
who's
I'm
talking
having
shit?
a laugh for sure.
I'm talking.
Oh, you're
Your
you're
best,
that
your
sodomite.
the
You're
best
the
Glober
sodomite.
you'll ever know.
Yeah, no, listen, all Globers are pure sodomites. That's all. Nothing good about you. You stand on lies that stand on good.
Keep
Shit, looks
talking
like
about
Gemsy
yourself.
is getting
It's fine.
secondhand mauled over there in the text chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys are
I'm surprised you're not a mod in here yet, Rust.
I don't need.
But you don't need mod. You would just mute everybody in the room, dude.
I wouldn't actually. I like freedom. I like when I'm not a dumb bitch. You know?
Doesn't seem like you need other people to yell. You're happy to take that whole job by yourself.
Well, in my line of work, buddy, I have to discipline people with my voice. You know? No other way. No other way to discipline people in reality, right? You can't hit people. You can't do anything physically, take people's money away. No. The only way you can discipline people is with your voice. You got to learn how to do it, and trust me, I learned how to fuck.
Yeah, you're proving that so well right now.
It's not over Discord's a little bit harder because the physical presence needs to be there, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, being physically intimidating. That's right. That's the
No,
best way to do
no.
things.
It's not the physical intimidation. What do you call it? When you're trying to fucking like not really yell at somebody or like psychology of the thing, right? On Discord, you're protected from with the screen, right? Like it's not the aggression of being hit by something. It's just a person being next to you, being angry and feeling that energy is completely different than somebody being angry on Discord. Like,
Well, I have no way of proving to you, but I am just as calm and sarcastic in person as I am on Discord.
trust me, you wouldn't be fucking talking. I promise you.
I've had a lot of people tell me that.
No. A lot of people tell
On
me what
Discord.
you say. No, well, hey, listen. It's not even that. Listen, people usually quiet up. I promise you, it's not even that. It's not, I'm not even a fighter. I don't fight. Like I try not to fight. Period. I used to fight a lot, but I don't fight. The last thing. You know what I mean? I'm just
It
saying,
is
it's
a little
just
extra funny to me that you
how the
try to tough
situation
guy
is.
me when I tell you that I'm just calm and sarcastic in person.
I'm not trying to tough guy you at all.
You wouldn't do that in person.
No,
That's
I'm just
trying
saying
to
you wouldn't talk
that's internet tough
shit.
guy 101.
No, that you wouldn't talk shit.
I talk
streaming
shit to
everything.
everyone
You
I
can look
know.
at me, yeah, I buddy. Whatever. You see, the thing is I am an open book, and you can check out everything about me, right? You're a hiding little girl behind some fucking icon. You know? There's a difference between.
I'm a hiding little girl behind an icon.
Well, what is that little icon? And you sound like a little
It's
bitch.
a little bit of art that I enjoy from a game I like.
Oh yeah, exactly. Those
So
kind of games.
it's
Those kind.
oh yeah, what kind of games?
I don't know. Sodomite games.
Oh, sodomite games. That's right.
Well, I mean, you sound like one.
It's because everyone who likes FromSoft is gay. Good one.
I don't listen. I don't. What is the best game that FromSoft came up with?
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the original Dark Souls, but there's a bunch of their games I haven't had time to play recently.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay. That's fucking your jam, but
Single player games.
they're fun. I don't know why would you play any games because they're fun.
I play multiplayer games for competition. The what do you call it? The challenge of another player, like another person, you know, because computers are easy to beat. Like once you learn the pattern, it's pretty much always win. When you're playing against other people, the pattern is never the same. People adapt, they change, and that's why it's always exciting and fucking awesome. And then you have to always think quick on your feet. Multiplayer games. We're talking either strategy games or first person. right? These are the most important ones to play. If you want to be good at anything, I mean, first-person shooters or strategy like StarCraft. Essentially, other like the only other strategy game that would be just as good as StarCraft, that would be Age of Empires, right? The rest of the strategy games are not that great. Like, there's only two, or chess. Literally, you got 3 games out there. It's either chess, StarCraft 1 or 2, right? Plus all the expansions, or Age of Empires 2, right? Not all the and not any other Age of Empires. Age of Empires 2, high definition, the new one with all the expansions, but that has to be the 2. The 4, the 5, and all that's trash. We're talking real RPG. I mean, RTS is fucking the best RTS.
I mean, great. I'm happy for you that you like those games. I don't think any of those games are bad games. I tend to like different strategy games, but
It's not bad.
Best strategy game ever.
Best games
The
ever.
best strategy game ever made is Heroes 3. There you go. That's
No. Heroes of Might and Magic 3?
3, yeah.
That's again, like I said, mine was, and that's my personal preface at this point, obviously. Multiplayer, non-turn-based. I forget to emphasize, I don't like turn-based games unless it's like card games and chess games. Not like fucking Heroes of Might and Magic, whatever.
What are you talking about? It's an immersive strategy game with so many options, right? From units to spells and everything. And also, the Earth is flat in that game. It's not a globe.
It doesn't matter. To me, that's irrelevant. Like, that's gives a shit. That's like so completely.
You don't support your. Oh, okay, yeah, true.
Listen, support. Listen, you support my balls? Good.
No, you're big enough to support them yourself.
Right. So listen, these words. I mean, liberal words you guys use. You're leftist communist talking about some.
Leftist communist? Huh? What are you talking about?
Like it. Oh, you sound like
it's hard to tell what he's talking about. He's just
like
going off on
retarded,
crazy
bro.
tangents anytime a word is said.
These are not crazy tangents. It's what you guys are, bro. I don't know.
No, bro, you sound retarded.
You
Like,
still
what are you
looking
talking
for
about?
that recording of me putting words in your mouth? Still looking for that?
Yes.
Are you looking for the recording of you putting his, your dick in his mouth?
There's a recording of
I
that?
don't really want any part of that.
There's this
Damn.
recording. Okay, listen.
Sorry,
he's being
you're gonna have to
rude.
get your
He's
jollies
gonna
off
be
in
rude.
different ways, Oigberg.
You Globers are retarded, bro. First of all,